Hi, this is stream number 270, and I'm mostly talking to YouTube right now. I don't have like a getting started, starting soon kind of thing lead in for my stream. I just kind of start and I hit the ground running, so to speak. But usually, because my schedule is not quite set in stone right now, it's a little malleable. I usually don't have people watching at the very beginning, but that's okay. I figure there are some people who watch my videos on YouTube after I export them, and that's cool. So this is just our special time, YouTube people. No one else is watching. I can say hi and you can hear me. All right, so in the last couple streams, I've been working on improving the infrastructure for developing scripts that go into my game. This is what my game looks like. So scripts are what are driving the non-player characters and other systems like the combat system. So when players fight NPCs or in the future might fight each other, we're using scripts written in Lua to compute results and determine what should be done. So, for example, George is running a script right now where he's patrolling this area, but if these slimes get too close, he'll try to attack them. Right now, there's a bug in that script where he tries to attack this slime even though it's not accessible. It's on the other side of this water. But if I move the slime next to him, he will swiftly deal judgment. So the problem is I have been developing these scripts and haven't had the benefit of using unit tests to make both taking advantage of test-driven development principles and also having regression tests. Hey there, 7152009 and A squared. How are you two doing? I'm a little bit late today, but that's okay. Yeah, a meeting I was in ran much longer than normal and caused me to be about half an hour late. Now that I think about it, okay, there we go. Oh, and there's a new thing I'm trying out this stream. So, for example, I can take. Let's see if emotes work. I don't know if emotes were gonna work, but which one do I want to pick out? Oh, there. We'll try rally monkeys. Hey there, rally monkey. Check that out. You're bottom left prominent in the chat, rally monkey. Hello. So it's gonna take me a little bit of time, but now it's actually a good thing you're here, rally monkey, because you're on the admin list of this thing. So it's called featured.chat, and you log into that through Twitch. I think anyone on my admin list can take individual messages from chat and put them on deck, so to speak, to be shown in the overlay, which for you guys is right that way. And one potential use of this is if someone asks me an interesting question in chat, either I or one of my moderators could take that message out. I didn't make it, no. I think Lucky No 11 made it. And he's another streamer who's on the same stream team as I am, but he's a lot better at more experienced doing web dev stuff and extensions for Twitch and stuff. So yeah, if you can, maybe you could try it out, Riley Monkey. You should be able to log into there, and since you're in the admin list for my channel, it should show up. My channel should show up in the list on the left, and if you click it, you should be able to see the chat from my stream, and then when you hover over a message, there should be a plus, and that puts something on deck. Yeah, and like I was trying to say, an interesting question in chat could be just posted up there on the overlay so that people have context about what I'm talking about, like if I'm answering a question. Like for example, let me do it. Let me try this over again. 715209 said, "Did you make that?" And nope, I did not make that thing over there. Lucky No 11 made it. And from what I understand, it was commissioned by Twitch, and Twitch owns it. And they're in the process of having it change hands and all that. But you can use it now if you're a streamer, and it looks potentially useful for just this kind of thing. Aha, I see it. A Squared had said, "Ree, how dare you have a life?" Yeah, that's just a test, right? Where did that message? Oh, that message came from a couple minutes ago. So yeah, that we could also use this as a way for anyone marked as an admin in that, which right now is all of my moderators and a few select VIPs. I think I put A squared in there, for example, and, to highlight a message, and then I can click it to basically put it onto the channel like that. So yeah, feel like you're even more involved. Yeah, so that's maybe another way we can get people who want to contribute to the stream more involved, as they could be picking out individual messages from chat for me to highlight. Hey there, Piano Boxer. Welcome back. Do we really want to highlight that one? That was just one of my test messages. That was me testing this featured.chat like yesterday. We can clear that though, right? How do I... Oh, there we go. Clear it. It worked. Yep. So, actually, let me go see who I have in the admin list who is not a mod. So, Nui and A Squared are the two VIPs I selected, in addition to my moderators who could go into featured.chat and pick out candidate messages to highlight in the channel. So we'll see how this goes. This is sort of an experiment. You have power, yes. With great power comes a great responsibility, not to abuse it. I think we want to try to do is highlight if people ask or post something that I go on a tangent and start talking about in answer or elaboration. So if someone had a question about Python and I spend the next 5 minutes talking about Python, maybe we want to highlight that chat to kind of give people an idea, like what we're talking about, the context, and also to kind of reward the interaction in the chat. That not only am I addressing your question, but hey, look, your original question gets highlighted. When chat might have moved, but you're responding, yes, that too. Like if I miss something like an important thing, you can put it on deck and then I can see it and like, okay, let me highlight that and talk about it. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Anyway, yeah, George, his script is broken, but before I go to fix his script, so that he can not have to glare menacingly at the slimes, but either make his way over here to attack them or just not even try if they're too far away. I want to build up a unit test framework for the scripts that drive that. That's the goal for today. We can have a select messages directly. Yeah, so you, Rally Monkey, you saw like how it works, right? You go to the chat log there in the feature.chat and you pick a message and then it puts it onto the deck, and then from there I can take it from the deck to now showing. Shouldn't the A-square pathfinding limit... Okay, so we'll take this for example. That one. So A-squared is asking, shouldn't the A-star pathfinding limit make him not try to go there? Right now, the A-square pathfinding would be used if George is actually given a directive to path to a place, but not in the aggro system. So right now the aggro system is based off of Manhattan distance and disregarding barriers. So as soon as this slime, for example, here gets within, I think it's 3 squares Manhattan distance, now George is aggroed that. And we can see that if I go to here, I show you the aggro table. Entity 22860, which is this slime here, right? So we'll be changing that to use not A-star, but one step back from that would be Dijkstra's algorithm, to search for reachable places that are less than or equal to the cost of what I set, like 5, for example. And then this square of the slime is that would be too costly, and so it wouldn't be a candidate for aggro. But if I put a slime over here, then definitely he would aggro him and fight him. So that's how that would work. So yeah. Okay, yeah, just making sure I didn't miss anything. So the plan today, go through the existing Lewis game scripts and add unit tests for them. And while I'm going along and doing that, undoubtedly we'll need to build up some mocks for the game infrastructure, because a lot of the game scripts interact with the game infrastructure to do things like request changes to be made or to get more data, that kind of thing. So we're going to be leveraging the new tool I wrote last week which is Lazy Guru. Hi. That's 4 months. My goodness, has it been that long? Thank you for your support. How are you doing, Lazy Guru? A Square says suggestions / me support for in-game. Oh, we should do this properly. Put it on deck and say A Squared as / me support for in-game chat and integration from Twitch through the Golem. Okay, we could take that. We could take that and put it on the list. Let me give you a point for that. Yeah, good suggestion. 4 months, it's almost a year. Yeah, I know. Haven't been here in a while. How are things doing? They're doing okay. I tweaked my back last week, and it's finally starting to get better. And yeah, it was a worry for me for several days. But doing okay now. This is way too wide. We need this to wrap earlier. There we go. Fit that nicely in there. Okay. All right, so yeah, I was saying I had made this tool called Moon Unit, and it discovers our Lua unit test now. So now in Lua as well as in C++, I have these nice convenient buttons for running unit tests. So we're going to leverage that today. I'm going to start from like the leaf node, so to speak, of the dependency tree and work my way up. So for example, modify component delta doesn't depend on anything else. So I wanted to work on making a test for that. Here is, where is it? That's not where it is. Here's where it is. So modify component delta, for example, we expect it's going to take the entity and the component type and the delta and form a JSON object and call game feedback and give that as a ECS type feedback to the game. So as you can expect, I'm going to write a unit test that sets something for entity, component type, and delta, and calls modify component delta, and checks to make sure that this is actually called with the correct stuff in it. Oh, so like A squared waves as an alpha for me wave. That's a good detail. Let's add that. Something games commonly do is omit the name designation and separate and just do name message. Yeah. Why did it just pick commonly? There we go. Fixed. All right. Cool. So, modify component delta. Let's begin with actually making the call. So it would be just calling modify component delta. Let's actually define some stuff here. Entity is 42. Component type is foo. Delta, and that's expected to be a table, right? So it would be like x equals 2, y equals 4, something like that, right? So, and we will call the unit under test. Oh, I forgot to explain what this stuff does. I decided to have this arrangement where all the scripts are in the scripts folder, and there's a subdirectory called test, and that's what I have set up for... Did I set this in the right place, actually? Yeah, I think I did it at the root. There's a .moonUnit file that tells MoonUnit where to go to find the unit tests. So it will load only with this one Lua file called utilities test. And I decided I want the tester to bring in the Lua that's being tested. And so require in Lua is similar to a pound include in C or import in other languages. And for it to find the relative path from utilities test to utilities, which is one directory up right here, we need to have this path set up because Lua is weird in that I can't say .. /utilities. It actually doesn't work. I tried it. The only way this seemed to work for me is to actually either override or adjust or add to the package.path, which is what Lua's loader uses to find files in response to require. And I opted, since this is a self-contained environment, we know what we're testing, that we're just going to override the path to be just look one directory up and look at everything named .lua. And another idiosyncrasy of Lua is that instead of, like, you would expect star.lua, well, they do question mark.lua instead. I know. What the fuck, Lua? Oh, sorry. WTF, Lua? Oh, should we highlight that? I guess so. So, yeah, WTF, Lua. Oh, that's interesting. Did someone clear it off of the now showing? Or, because I didn't click anything. Did you do that, Rally Monkey? I actually don't know what admins can do. So you can clear now showing, but can you clear what's on deck? Or can you put something on deck? I don't know, let's... Tell me this, Rally Monkey. If I put that on deck, can you, do you get the button to actually show it? Oh, you do, okay. So if you wanted to, you could do that. I think what I'd like to do though is have admins only put things on deck and clear the not showing. And I'll for right now, let's say I'll pick the ones that go from on deck to now showing. Sound good? And I just noticed there's a lot of stuff missing, I think, from feature.chat, and the author, who's Lucky No Slevin, knows about it, and he's posted in the Discord that he has the whole list of features. So there's going to be more features coming. Right now it's pretty bare bones, but hey, it's actually pretty cool the way it is already. So this is gonna fail because it's gonna crash. That should have crashed. Why didn't it? Because this should have called that, and that should have been referencing a nil value. Certainly if I misspell that, that would be a problem. Yeah, attempt to call a nil value. So why does that actually work? Oh, it's not working. Oh, maybe because I didn't hit save before. All right, that's probably why. Yeah, it's not going to work because in I don't know why it's shortening it to UTI. Interesting. Why would it shorten it like that? I wonder if that's a bug. A bug in the stack trace in Lua. Maybe there's a limit to the length of a file name. Anyway, it's on line 8. No, it's not on line 8. Oh, line 8 calls modify component delta, and then on line 143, here's the error, right? Hey there, Ramy. How are you doing? Wowee. Wowee indeed. Let me test something real quick. Thank you for those messages, Ramy. Oh, wait a minute. I can't, because one of the problems with feature.chat is it will not let me feature something that's just a single emote. It has to be more than just an emote, and it has to be an emote and at least two words, right? No. One word is okay. So if you had said Wowie and then Raimu or something, like, there we go. There's a good test. Let me test to see if Wowie actually shows up in the overlay. No. Okay, so it doesn't support, what is that, BTTV or FFZ? That's good to know. But it does support my own emotes, right? Yeah, my own emotes. So emotes are supported, but not BTTV stuff. That's good to know. Or, yeah. Well, there we go. So if you don't expect it to work, I guess, right now. It only works with Twitch emotes. Got it. Good to know. All right, so to fix this, I need to actually make a mock of game. And I want this to be kind of common. So maybe I can make a common. Yeah, why don't we just make a common .lua here. And here we will, do I need to have a dot here? Maybe, dot. Because we're going to require common also. Make sure that this works. And it didn't work. Common, module common not found. Oh, right, I have to do a /?lua. Now it will work, right? Yes. Cool. So now I have this utilities, or this common Lua that we can put in here. Let's say that this script contains facilities, or facilities, no, test framework? Facilities used by, many different unit tests of the Lewis scripts. Is that a new Twitch feature? Thus it is highlighted. Oops, I bumped my mic. It's not a new Twitch feature per se. Oh, it got cleared. Who cleared it? Let's not clear that yet. I'm not done talking about it. No, that is comes from featured.chat that we're testing it out. And the idea is that if someone asks a question and then I go talk about it for a while, and then someone comes in the middle of the discussion, they'll have some context about what we're talking about. And hey there, Toulouse. Good thing that you're here, because all my moderators, including Toulouse, you could go to featured.chat now and pick out messages from chat to highlight on stream if you want. How are you doing? But I forgot to say hi to Lazy Guru. Hi. I have got a lot of windows. This is going to drive me to have a third monitor, isn't it? Yeah, so we're finding A squared that it has to be at least 2 words for something to show up. Yeah, sounds cool. There you go. It got highlighted. I said hi, just not in chat. You're right. Yeah, but you deserve a wave in chat. Yeah, so test messages won't show up in the chat log. It has to be at least 2 words. Exactly. It only shows messages with at least 2 words. I got actually confused yesterday because I'm like, it's not working. And then, because I was kept typing test, whatever. And then, but if you do test dot, that works. So that's all going to lead us into bad habits of putting dot, but that's okay, I guess. Anyway, let me work on this. So I need to have a mock for game, and it has to be a table with a method called feedback. So let's add that. So game equals some kind of table, and in there we'll have feedback equals some function, right? And the function is going to take 2 things, right? Type and then data, for lack of a better word. And that should be enough to fix this test now, although the test isn't testing anything. Index and, oh, JSON is still nil. So I need to mock JSON as well. Right, we need to mock JSON. I think the way I'm going to mock JSON is just to do a no-op, or we just take the input and return an output. So table in, table out. So let's do that here. JSON equals, and it's just a dot, so, oh, this should have a self, shouldn't it? Because it's a method. And then this will be object equals function table, return table. And try again. Cool. So yeah, that's the minimal to get it to run without crashing. Now to actually check that it did something, we're going to want to have like an expect. So let's say expect equal, and then we'll have the table, compare that with, let's have feedback actually store the data and the type back into here somewhere in the game. Let's make it feedback and make it I was gonna say array, but even an array is also a table. And we'll have this say feedback, the length of feedback plus 1, so basically push to the end some kind of table, and that will be type equals type, data equals data. And then we can say expect something for game.feedback. And what will we expect? We'll expect another table in here, which is type equals component type, and data equals another table, which will have whatever this actually does. So kind of cheating, but because we're doing the test after we've written the code. But we want to make sure that it stays this way. If I ever break it by accident, the test will fail, right? So entity goes, yeah, there. So this should just be data, delta. And try that. And it crashed. It crashed because it couldn't, I didn't close a curly brace on line 6. Expected an end curly brace from line 4. Okay. Oh, because there's no comma. That would do it. Cool. Attempt to get length of a nil value. Global feedback. So that's not what I meant to do. Global. Oh, this should be like self dot feedback, right? So Piano Boxer asked, does that Lua thing have built-in support for JSON? No, it doesn't. So what I'm decided to do was mock JSON. So in the real script where it is taking a Lua table and converting it to JSON to give it to the game, I'm choosing to just to not even test that. Maybe that's actually not a good thing to do. Yeah, so what my first iteration here is to mock JSON object by having output equals input, right? Maybe that's not the wisest thing to do, because then if I were to change this and forget this part, the test would still work, right? But it wouldn't be correct. Yeah, so maybe we'll have to change this. But yeah, it doesn't have a built-in support for JSON. Nope. Lua basically has very little built-in support for anything. The only real built-in things are basic types like Boolean, number, and integer is even a more recent thing. Table, and a few other things like function and thread and stuff like that. Do it yourself. Yeah, it's a perfect language for me. I got to do everything myself. All right. Well, first things first, though, let me make sure this is working. I was thinking it was the self dot. Let's see if that was it. It still thinks it's global. It's on line 7. Oh, because I need to have it twice. Right? Now it's expect. Oh, right, because that is moon unit dot, or moon unit colon. Null actually was null. Okay. That should not be true. Why does it expect null? Oh, do I not have expect working with tables? That's weird. What are we laughing at? Laughing at me? That's fine. You can laugh at me. Null is not equal to null. Yeah, so that's obviously a bug. It's not taking the table and giving us anything meaningful here. Oh, this is wrong. That should be ECS, right? It's probably also doing a reference compare, not a deep compare. Yeah, I never really, when I developed Moon Unit, I didn't test comparing tables. Let's to make sure that it should have worked, let's compare things one at a time. So let's expect that there is one thing in game feedback. And then let's make that an assert. And then we'll expect equal ECS for game feedback 1 dot type, and then modify component for game feedback 1 data dot t, and component type for CT, entity for E, and then the delta. This is yet another table, so I got to do 2 for D.X and 4 for... so obviously I don't want to keep that code. I want to have a deep table comparison. But see, yeah, it would have worked, right? And let me modify one to make sure it's actually testing it, so it is. So I think I actually I would rather have this, so I think I want to go in and fix the expect stuff for Moon Unit to make it work with tables. Any quotes on lines 13 to 15? Quotes? No, these are actually variables. So that basically I don't need to have these magic numbers or magic strings. So what we're putting in here comes out here. That's why it's a variable. Yeah, but don't worry about it. It's good to explain that because probably there are 5 other people who didn't chat who thought the same thing. All right, let's fix expect equal for tables in Moon Unit. I think I know how to do it. We'll do a recursive expect equal, I think, with iteration. Moon, where are you, Moon Unit? Up here somewhere. Runner, I think is where we'll find it. Expect equal. Right, Lua expect equal. Yeah, so we're just comparing with the equal operator. So let's have a special case if they're both tables. Let me try to remember how you check the type of something. It's not check type, it's like is type. Okay, I forget. So I look it up in dev docs. I'm gonna guess it is Lua get type. Nope. Is type. Is table would work, actually. Yeah, we can use that. So we can say go back. There we go. You can say if Lua is table 2 and Lua, if they're both tables, right? Then it's a special case. Sure. Do I make that an else if? Or do I have to do a early return here? Let's do the early return approach. So if they're both tables, we're gonna want to enumerate both of them, right? Oh, this is gonna be tricky, isn't it? Because enumerating a table means we're gonna be using next. This thing. We're gonna be juggling things on the stack, aren't we? That's fine. We can do this. We're gonna be popping things off the stack and pushing them and a bunch of different things. I think what we just need to do is make sure that the keys all match and the values all match, right? So we'll do the iteration the same way, right? So it will, what's the index here? So the initial key is nil. The index is what? The table at the given index. So the table is going to be 2, not -2. What's this Lua? Let's highlight that. What's this Lua C++ integration? Is this some new package containing these functions or something? It is, this is part of Moon Unit, which is the tool I made to integrate running these unit tests in Lua. So it hosts a Lua interpreter and will run the interpreter 2 phases. The first phase is it locates every test, and it's pretty easy because I just made this thing map to a C function that registers this as a test. Oh, sorry, Rally Monkey. I'll have to give you more time next time. Yeah, so this registers the test, and then in the second phase we run the test. And in both phases, the runner itself is in C++, but we're executing Lua scripts. And so just like there is in the backends of my game, there's this integration layer where this is a C++ function that's tightly coupled to a Lua name. So in this case, it is moon unit expect equal is tightly bound to this Lua expect equal, and it's done in what's called the meta table for this moon unit object, this variable called moon unit. So the moon unit variable has a moon unit meta table, and in that meta table, we have we've done two things. We've made an entry for Lua expect equal and named it expect underscore equal, and then we've also taken we have the index, the underscore index magic. I don't think they call it a magic function, but it's basically if you have a key, if you have a value for this key in your meta table, then it looks at the value for that and expects to find like the names of methods and properties and stuff like that. So so right now we're having the table refer to itself. So if you have a table refer to itself through the indexer, then whenever you have a variable of this type and you look up a method or a variable of this name, it'll go to the meta table for it. So you have a mapping of all Lua functions to a C++ function that calls it to the interpreter. Yeah, so it's all through this meta table. That's what a meta table allows you to do, and to set up the fact that this name is associated with the global, and then the name itself, how that maps to a C function is you call Lua push C function, and you've pushed a string. So this is the key, is the string, and the value is the C function, and then you set it in the meta table. So then when it's looked up by the Lua interpreter, it's like going to expect a function, and when it sees a C function, it knows to call back into C. So that's how you bridge between Lua and C. Okay, let's highlight that. Another reason I like this feature chat, it makes things immediately clear to the viewer which question, comment you're addressing. Yeah, see? I'm starting to like it too. We just need to like work out the kinks of how we juggle it between moderators and myself. You're a front-end developer in training? Well, congratulations. Sounds cool. Let's see. We're iterating the first table, and I'm going to want to iterate the second table as well. Actually, I think that means I want to have two keys on the stack, right? The key for the first table and the key for the second. Actually, it doesn't matter, does it? The keys should be the same, so we can use the same key. This is going to pop the key, though, so we're going to want to... actually, I'm going to want to push the key twice. Yep. So yeah, hello. I don't know how to say your name. Kugel? And hey there. I don't know how to say your name. Sprit? Sprit. Hi. All right, so I'm doing a little bit of complication there. I'm trying to implement when we want to compare a table with another table in Lua, and I want to do a deep comparison. So we're going to say, if they're both tables, we're going to be iterating the two side by side and making sure they have the same key. I think what that means is I'm going to want to do this. If Lua next Lua 3 equals 0, then they're not equal, right? And we'll be able to return... oh, wait. I can't just return 0. I have to do all this crap. Okay, let's have a Boolean and say expectation failed. And we'll initialize that to false, and we'll say that's true. And it'll say if it's failed, do that. And then we'll just turn this into an else if. There we go. So we could fail the expectation here or in here, and either way we would do that. Oh, except for this is going to be different, right? I guess I could make a more elaborate replacement for Lua to string. So if it's a table, we'd want to like print out the table. I'll do that later. What does it take to become a front-end dev? I've actually never been a front-end dev, so I don't really know. But I would hazard to guess to become a front-end dev, you'd want to get familiar with the technologies you'd use in the web browser. So, for example, I'm using React and Redux, and you might want to know some other libraries. Like if you're going to do a game, you might want to know a game library. I'm using Phaser. You could use Pixie or something else, or you might just do WebGL directly. So you'd want to have some either experience in using the common libraries you make use of in JavaScript in the browser, or at least know how to look it up or find it. You know some Phaser? That's good. As long as you can learn and are self-directed, I think you can figure stuff out. If you know JavaScript and HTML, that's a good head start. But even if you didn't, let's say you only knew HTML, but you knew how to look things up with Google and Stack Overflow, you could figure this JavaScript out. You know, JavaScript is actually a language I'd recommend to anyone starting new that didn't know any programming language, either JavaScript or Python or like C#. Learn the basics first, HTML and CSS, then dig into vanilla. Sure. I mean, oh, I forgot to post that. So I forgot to post that, so let's highlight that for a second. Yeah, so we're talking about what does it take to become a front-end dev. So sorry I didn't post that earlier, but that's what we were talking about. And then Domson asked a serious note, learn the basics first. Yeah, so I recommend that too. Yeah, check out all 4,119 abstraction layers. I don't know about that last part, but the first part's good. Learn HTML and a little bit of CSS. CSS will, I think, help get you motivated because it helps you make things look the way you want it to. You get to pick the font you want, the colors you want, the layout that you want. So it's really, really invaluable to do that. So moderators, by the way, and those select VIPs who are doing the feature.chat, if you notice I'm not seeing it go on deck, please feel free to tag me and let me know. All right, this is going to be tough because we have to track two different keys, and each one of these pops it off, right? So that means I have to juggle things. This next will pop the key off and put the next key and value on the stack. So I'm going to need to shuffle the other key up to the top. Right? It either adds 2 or it adds nothing. So it didn't return 0, so it did add something. So we're going to want to move the thing that's at -3 up to the top, aren't we? Thompson asks, oh, that chat highlighting thing is cool. Is that part of Chris's parrot? It's different. It's an entirely different thing. It's called feature.chat, like A Square just posted. And my understanding, it was commissioned by Twitch and developed by a streamer named Lucky No Slevin. And they're still working out the details about that, but it's basically open for people to try now. So a lot of the people in the team I'm on, the live coders, are trying this out right now. Yeah. And thank you, mods and select VIPs, for clearing the now showing for me. All right. I thought I had a command for that. Do I not? Maybe we talked about adding it and it never did. I don't. So what should we say? Oh, is it team? Let's add a alias com live coders to team. There we go. Yes. Yeah, so I recently joined the live coders team on Twitch. It's 91 people the last time I checked, and we're all streamers that like to do coding live on stream, as well as advocate technology and teaching. So it's very much in alignment with what I've been doing, so it's a great community for me, I think. All right. I'm going to leave this stuff alone, even though it's not going to print the right things. I need to shuffle things on the Lua stack, and I forget how to do that. It's like insert or something. Moves the top element. I don't want to do that. How do I move something that's not on the top? Move? Remove? No. Replace. There we go. No, that's not it either. Well, I guess I could move the top 2 out of the way. Okay, let's just search. Lua, move stack element to top. Oh, someone's saying it's missing. What's the follow-up? Lua push value. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we could do that. Push value and remove. Push value will push a copy to the top, right? And then remove will remove the original if we want. So we can do that. So Lua push value, Lua, so by this time it'll be 3 down, because this will have pushed 2 more on top. And yeah, then we'll want to remove the original. And so that by then it'll be the 4th one down. This is where it gets kind of hairy when you're doing Lua, because you have to remember the negative numbers are relative to the top. So -1 is the top of the stack. -3 would be the 3rd thing down. So basically this, sometimes I'll annotate it with comments in line. I'll say that this is now at -1 is nil. And then this will be -1, -1 equals nil, -2 equals nil. And then this one will reduce to -1 equals key, -2 equals value, -3 is nil. Or let's give these actual names, right? Key A, key B. So key B really is being popped. Actually, let's say that that's B and that's A. That makes it make more sense to me. So if we're like comparing A and B, if that's A and that's B, so we'll push. We start out the keys at nil to start out the iteration from scratch, and then we'll say basically, give me the next one from A. So it's gonna give. If I think I got this right. Let's look it up again. Next, what's the push order? Pushes a key value pair from the table at the given index. So it's the key is pushed first and then the value. So I got these wrong. It's value and then key. So it popped key A and pushed on a new key A and a new value A. So what we're doing here is we're taking the one at -3, which is key B, and pushing it in the list, so that now that's key B, and then all of these are pushed down, so that's 2, 3, 4. And then when we remove, we're just shortening it, so I basically reordered it so that the B key is on top. Because what we did is we took the next thing from A, and now I don't want to get the next thing from B, right? So when we do that, we're going to have 2 more things on the stack, which will be the first one, the one on the top will now be the value from B, then the new key from B. That's popped off, so then these 2 are underneath it. So that's at 3, and that's at key A. Right. So value B, key B, value A, key A. So then if it's 0, that means it wasn't. So it's actually that this goes with the else. If it wasn't 1, it won't have pushed that at all. So we'll get that, right? And we'll say the expectation failed, and I want to pop off 2 things. And break. Right? But if it did push something, it'll be value B, key B, and then value A, key A. I think I'm going to keep these comments because it'll help me keep track of things. Thompson says, actually learned a thing or 2 while falling asleep on my stream. Good stuff. If you wanted to fall asleep, then mission accomplished, I guess. And if you learn something or 2 things at the same time, that's bonus credits, right? I get out of, what is this? Raimu gets it all out of his system each morning before a stream. He boasts and brags to you in a 25-minute rant, so he's calm, collected, and polite for his viewers. Is that how it works, Riley Monkey? Actually, what I've been planning to do when I have the time for this is to meditate before the stream. In a strange way, it's kind of like what Riley Monkey said. though I would not have to boast and brag. I would just be calm. Maybe not 25 minutes, but maybe just 5, so that I could be calm and collected and polite. Today, though, I had a meeting right before the stream that was late. It went on for like an extra half hour, which is why I was late today. And so I wouldn't have had time to meditate anyway, unless I made the stream a whole hour late. Hey there, Raz. Progress is good. Let's highlight that. This is a new thing that we're doing starting today, Raz. I get to highlight people's comments. I can say that what the progress has been recently. There are now NPCs in the game that can follow paths using A-Star, and I've been working on changing their system for pulling aggro. Right now, they pull aggro by line of sight. So if I get this guy close enough, now he's trying to aggro him. So if I move him around, see, I can get George to walk back and forth because he's trying to get to him. But I was going to fix the bug where he aggroes across a barrier, but I was getting to that point where there's a lot of code going into Lua that I don't have a proper unit test framework for, so I kind of took a week off, so to speak, to address the tooling problems. So I built something now integrated into my IDE here where I can run stuff in Lua to test the Lua scripts. And then I also have another tool I'm going to use later to automatically synchronize the scripts in the game, so I no longer have to go in here and click here, copy, paste. It'll just all be automated now. The last thing you saw was me finalizing the lighting. Yeah, so the lighting is working, although the code needs to be refactored, but it's functional. And after the lighting stuff, I moved on to trying to introduce this NPC named George, who will lead players through this initial area of the game and kind of walk them through basic combat and movement and get them out, give them a taste of those elements of the game, but then quickly get them out to a safe zone. So if they go up these stairs, they go to the town where they're basically safe. And just programming the logic for this NPC in Lua was kind of stretching the limits of the tools I had. Because I'd run into bugs and I would struggle trying to find out what the bug was, and I'd be doing print statements and all this stuff. And I figured that I should beef up things, make a test framework so I can build up the logic for NPCs from small units that are well tested, and so they don't have as many bugs. Oh, you saw... Oh, hey there, Felix. You saw my post from Tim's challenge? Cool work. Well, thank you. Yeah, so this is... I'm using that stuff that I showed Tim for him to talk about, which is this Moon Unit tool, which basically integrates Lua scripts with the Test Explorer, Google Test stuff I'd already been using. So it looks like it is C++ code when in reality it's Lua. Yeah, we should highlight that. Good job. Yeah, so thank you, Felix. And yeah, we're using that right here. It's called Moon Unit. So if you go to my GitHub, there'll be a repository there called Moon Unit, and that is what is sort of working behind the scenes to add my Lua tests to my IDE. I forgot to wave to Domson. And Domson's been here a while. My apologies about that. Okay. So, yeah. We're going to make this unit test that checks to make sure modify component delta does what it's supposed to do, but I ran into a snag where this comparison doesn't work, doesn't do a deep comparison of tables. So I'm programming in deep table comparison here. So this is comparing two tables, A and B, and the idea is we're going to iterate both of them. So I need to arrange to get the keys and values for both tables, and then we're going to compare them. So if the number of elements in the two tables don't match, we'll ultimately reach here if table B is shorter than A, right? I'll have to have another one out here where we checked if there's an extra key in A, then it will fail as well, right? But here is where we have two things to compare from the two tables, and I want to compare the two keys first, I guess. So I guess we're pushing -4, -2 up to the top and comparing them. You'll be listening? Okay. See you, Thompson. You're migrating from your desk to your bed? All right. You're probably in the European area, I'm guessing. It's about that time. Let's see. Okay, so let's push these to the top. It doesn't really matter which one I do first, right? I'd rather keep it A and B side by side. Before I was comparing A to B. Expected is A. Okay, well, it doesn't really matter. Let's make it consistent. So A would be -4. And then that actually, it's not going to be -2 because this one bumps all these numbers, right? So we get copies of the keys at the top. -1 will be key A. So key B is -3. And then we have a bunch of things on the stack now, right? So -1 is now key B, and that's 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. And then we'll do a compare. So the compare, I think, pops the 2 off. Let's check. Oh, we have a highlighted comment. Riley Monk says, is there a way to enable a sound effect for new chat messages in Twitch chat? You'd like to help highlight messages in more timely fashion. So I know 2 solutions. So there's Yata, made by Hideo, where it'll make a little pop sound whenever there's a new chat message. And the one I used to use before that was called Chatty, I think. Chatty? Yeah. So Chatty you can configure to make sounds whenever chat messages come in. And it's also a generic IRC client, I think. Oh no, take that back. Specifically made for Twitch. But it kind of like looks like an old school app. It's written in Java or something like that. Yeah, you have to be okay with old school UIs. So those are the 2 that I know of that you'd be able to configure for sound effects for chat messages. I used to use Chatty, but I use Yata now. And it doesn't always doesn't always seem to work. Sometimes it doesn't make a sound and I don't notice. That could just be me focused on my work. All right. Comparing, so this will be -1 and -2. Oh, wait a minute. If it's comparing them directly, I don't even need to do this crap, right? Can I just do this directly to, no, 4 with -2? Yeah, that's simpler. Yeah, because it doesn't pop anything or add anything. Okay. So if they don't match, actually, if they don't match or the values don't match. Oh, if the values might be tables though. Ooh, shoot. I'm going to want to call this recursively, aren't I? Yeah. Let's just do keys for now. Then expectation failed is true. Lua pop 4 and break. Right? Raz said, just thinking out loud, but are there any chat Twitch integrations for VR? No, not that I know of, but there might be. If so, that'd be cool. Let us know if you find anything. If anyone knows, please let us know, because that would be cool. As far as I know, there isn't any more than, like, I know I've watched some streamers doing VR that have somehow integrated a chat window in their view, but that's about it. Might have a new project. There you go. If you got some ideas. Who knows? Might be a hit. Okay, comparing the 2 keys is easy. Comparing the values, if they're tables, I'm going to want to... I should just call this recursively. So, the call order is what? I always forget this. I always have to look this up. I'm going to call Lua call. Function pushed first. Okay, easy. So, Lua push C function, right? We're going to push our own function onto the stack. So do I need to do the same thing, like address of impl, Lua expect? I think so. Yeah. Okay, and then what? Then the arguments are pushed in direct order, so it would be the self, so that's Lua push value 1, and then the two things, right? So that would be, by this point we've already pushed two things, so I guess I'll keep this going, right? So -1 is Lua expect equal. And that's 2, and that's 3, and that's 4, and that's 5, right? And then when we push one more, -1 is now a moon unit. And then expect equal, and then those. And then, so if we want to compare value A first, so that's -5. It gets a little tedious, but I think it's worth it because the numbers are no longer quite so magical because you can look them up in the previous line's comment, right? -1 is now value A. And then that's 2, and that's 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7. And then we do a Lua call, and its number of arguments, which is 3. Number of expected results is 0. So that will pop 3 off. No, +1 because the function's popped off. So we'll be back to this again. No, the one before that. We'll be back to this again. Raz says, it would be cool to have something where someone donates and a mailbox pops up with a letter in it that has the donator's comment in it. So in the context of Twitch VR? Oh, that would be cool. They would actually see a mailbox and they could open it up and see the comment in it. That's cool. I like that idea. Neat. So you can open up in VR, yeah. Should go patent that right now, so no one else steals your idea. You have to see if Hideo could integrate featured chat with Yada. Yeah, we should definitely clip this and send it to Hideo. Hey, Hideo, look, featured chat. Be cool that if I could do that directly from Yada and not have to have featured chat window open. Right now I have to have them both. All right. I guess it could go either way, right? You could featured chat could have an API, or Yada could have an API, one or the other. Okay, after we call, the idea would be that if it failed the expectation, it would have marked the current test failed and done all this stuff for us. So we would continue, right? Actually, this isn't quite right. I can't call Lua expect equal. I can't, if I call it recursively, it's going to print the wrong thing. I think I just need to do, I need to check if they're tables again. Oh, shoot. If I made this part a function, then I could call it from within itself. Maybe that's the right thing to do. Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's do that. Let's take this out. Yeah. And we'll make it another function here. It doesn't need to return any. No, it's going to return a bool. It's going to be compare Lua tables. Lua state Lua. And we'll expect them to be at the top of the stack. No, we should probably give indexes. Yeah, indexes would be good. So int left-hand side index, right-hand side index, maybe? And put the code here. So that replaces the 2 and the 3. Cool. And then the break will be a return false. And we don't need to set that anymore. Return false, right? We get all the way out, we'll need to, I don't want to forget this, we'll want to check if left-hand side is a bigger table. Or is it right? Yeah, if the right-hand side is a bigger table, then I'll return true. If everything passes it, the tables are the same, right? Okay, so if we get to here, I want to actually check again if they're the same. In this case, it is values, right? So -1, so it's -1 and -3. If they're both tables, then we're gonna say if not compare Lua tables, Lua -1, -3. Oh, that's gonna be a problem if I use relative numbers. These need to be turned into absolute numbers. Can I convert a relative to an absolute number? Oh, were you testing that before, Toulouse? It doesn't see /me or messages? I knew about the single word messages, so it doesn't see the actions, so /me. Lua convert relative stack index to, I don't know, absolute. Someone else said something like that? It's possible. Let me do. This is a test. Yeah, you just tested too. Yeah, you're right, it doesn't show up there. So actions don't show up. Abs index. Oh, it's get top plus I. Okay, we can do that. Yeah, Lua get top tells you how many there are. Okay, we can do that. We can do that inside here actually. So if LHS index is less than 0, then LHS index equals Lua get top. And then why do they add 1? Oh, like let's say there's one thing on the top, one thing on the stack, you would get a 1. Plus -1 would be 0, so you have to go back to 1, right? So plus LHS index plus 1. Alright, so we're converting them into absolute stack positions like that. Cool, then I can use negative numbers and then it'll turn into positive ones automatically. So that would return false. And then this else should be just to compare them, right? Else if -1 and -3 don't compare, then return false. I don't need to do all that garbage. And we don't need that. So at this point, I think to do the next loop, the loop wants there to be key A, key B. So we need to pop the values off and move the key A to the top. Let's move the key A to the... No, let's just chew down the first one. So Lua pop. So that gets the list down to here, right? -1, -2, -3, and then let's remove -2. So that gets the list down to this. And then now we need to flip the 2 keys. So that's Lua insert to -2. So insert that one to position -2. I think that's right. Well, let me check. What does Lua insert do? This is quite deep. Yes, it is. This is why I have the comments here. and to make sure that the indexes are consistent. And then if I have a bug, I can review them really carefully. Yes, it is deep. Insert, right? We'll always pop one and push one. Move the top element. Oh, that's not what I wanted. No, it is what I want. Take the top element into the given valid index, shifting up the elements above this index to open space. So it would put it in position -2, shifting key A up 1. Pseudo index is not, that's not what a pseudo index is. So we can use negative numbers. It's not a pseudo index. Actually, let me double check. What is a Lua pseudo index? Redux is driving you crazy today? I've been stuck on a problem for 10 hours. You know what happens when I get stuck on a problem for 10 hours? I'll show you what happens. 2 days ago, I got stuck on a problem. And where was that? My memory's blocking it out. Where was that again? It was in the Python. Yeah. I wrote a big comment about it because I got stuck on it. Yeah. So when I get stuck on something for like longer than like 15 minutes, when I finally get unstuck, I'll write a huge comment explaining why I got stuck. Don't do web dev. No, you get stuck on problems regardless if it's web dev or not, right? I would recommend that when you figure it out, you write a big write-up about why it took you so long, because probably it's nothing that you did wrong. It's just some weird thing that you didn't know, and then other people are going to trip up over it. You might actually trip up over it in the future, and then when you do, you'll remember, oh, that was so traumatic, I had a big write-up. I can go read that again and get refamiliarized with it. I don't need that anymore. Yes, it'll happen. It happens to every developer. You get stuck on something, and then I think as long as you have a way to follow up afterwards so that you don't continue to get restuck. Kind of like if you fall into a trap, later you mark where the trap was, and you remember like how you fell into it, and maybe you avoid that in the future. Okay, so if we're popping one, removing this one, and then, yeah, so then it's in the correct order that we can then loop back up, right? Get the value and key from the key. Cool. So then this to do would be, if it is 0, it will have popped the key A and we'll just have key B left, right? So then we'll just do an if Lua next RHS index. Is, I guess we can do equals 0 first, because then we'll have popped both and we can just return true. Otherwise, we'll have to pop, we'll have 2 things on the stack, we'll need to pop them off, right? And then return false. So yeah, if we get to that place, we would have these 2, but for B, right? Value B, key B, and it's like, well, no, they are not equal because we have an extra key value from B. Stack empty. We get to there. So when we get to here, it will be just key B. Again. That pops it off. That shouldn't be there. See if that builds. Or have a rogue detect it first, which actually works in this metaphor, the rogue being analogous to an experienced programmer. Yeah, I guess. Sure, especially if you're in a team or you have a mentor that's kind of helping you out. They would be able to point out, oh, there's a bug there, or there's something suspicious there. Let's look at it, and then be like, oh, there's a bug. Yeah, the more experience you get, the more likelihood is you'll detect it before the computer sees it. Or if actually what happens more often is something will go wrong, and then you'll have an intuition. Your intuition will give you a short list of 2 or 3 things it might be that it seems like, and then it'll help guide you to the bug quicker than not having any idea what it is. Need to make what day is taking forever? You need to make things into fantasies. I don't get that, but okay. That build, right? Yes. Okay. So do I want to give it a try? Am I that confident? Oh, I forgot to call it from here. So this would be if not that 2 to 3, then expectation failed. And that takes care of that. If the tables do that, otherwise do that. If it failed, it's that. And it's not going to print a nice table for me, but we can at least try this out now. Hey, look at that, it worked. Let me damage it in some way. Like put an X there and now it should fail. So I guess I could work on this next, which would be a 2-string for tables. So apparently 2-string doesn't work if it's a table, which is a bummer. You would think Lua would be able to do that for us, but guess not. Let me also check some other corner cases, like we put an extra table there. That should fail it, right? And then the opposite would be to completely cancel that table out. Yep. And maybe make another value in here. Foo equals bar or something. That should also make it fail. Yep. Change the value of a key. And we tested the value. And then this is the nested case, right? That should make it fail. Yep. Cool. So I just need to have it print out, make it fail. Have it print out something useful there, right? Could you provide a nicer error message which says what key failed? Google Test doesn't do that, but I guess we could. Like give a path back. We'd have to, when this recursion is done here, this calls itself. If we passed in like a context that we could push onto, like a backtrace, then we could list the path to the part of the table that failed. Maybe that would be useful. Actually, that might be all we need to do, Toulouse. We forgot to... You guys didn't highlight the message. You can highlight your own message. That's what we're talking about. So maybe the nicer message could just be the path of what keys failed at each of these points. So if I included a 4th parameter here, like a vector of key names, then we could just print that out, right? Didn't want to add your own? I guess then we needed Rally Monkey to do it. No, you can highlight your own if you think your message is. You have to ask the question and then swap hats and say, is this a cool question that someone else just wrote that I should highlight? I think I'm gonna try that. So that means this is gonna be a lot of parameters. So let's put one on each line, and then let's make a vector of strings. And we'll call this the key chain. And we're gonna be modifying it. So let's pass it by L value reference. Make sure the vector it's not included, so let's include it. String is though. Okay, and so this will have the key chain on it. And okay, why didn't it okay, it took it a moment. Right, so before we call it, we need to add the next key. So that would be either -4 or -2, right? Because they're the same. Yeah, so what was that, 2-string or something? Yeah. So key chain push back Lua to string -2, say. And that returns a C string, which is convertible to a C++ string, so we're good there, right? And then it's on the true path. Here we're going to want to pop it off. And the other place where we call this, we'll need to do the same thing. right here. So standard vector, standard strings, key chain, and we'll initialize it with what? Actually, it can be empty, right? Also, we're going to want to have it print out the message for us, right? Or maybe a secondary message. Because ultimately there'll be two things that don't match. Two values that won't match. And so after printing that out, well then maybe we can just print the keychain after that. Yeah, anyway, this will start out empty, right? And then I think, what do I want to do here? I think I'm going to want to add to the keychain when the key of anything that fails here. Yeah. When it fails. Yeah, right here. So this would be a special message, right? That the key is not in B. So actual, right, so let's push back an actual I want that, but that'll be part of a formatted message of some kind here. Oh, actually, wait a minute. It's not going to be a keychain. And this has to be different. I think I know what I want. I think I'm going to change this from, instead of returning a boolean, we'll have it return a string. And if it returns a non-empty string, then it fails, and it's the message to print out. So that means if we get down to here, that actually can never reach there. If we get to here, though, it just returns an empty string. And then here we'll just return that. I need to pop that first. So then that'll be -1. Actually, wait a minute. No, it's not. What am I doing here? That's popping both of them. I need to get it first. So what? Const standard string bad key, missing key is this. Then pop it off. Then print out a message including the missing key. Right. Actual value missing key that. Right? And then there we go. All right. And this is where the keys didn't match, which would imply that the one key is missing from the other. Well, actually, we don't know which one's missing. There could be an extra key or a missing key in this failure case, right? Because it's walking two tables in the key order, which I think it's always sorted. Actually, maybe I shouldn't make this assumption. Maybe a dangerous assumption. Does Lua next always return things in? Are they sorted or not? This isn't telling me, so let me look it up somewhere else. Lua table key order. Not sorted in any way. Okay, that's bad. So I guess what, we have to collect the keys from both and sort them and then walk them through? I guess so. Yeah. So what, we were just lucky? I bet I would have seen the problem if I were to like take this and flip these two. Right? And even if I fix that, I bet it would, yeah, see, it still fails. It's because those are flipped. Yeah. So flipping the order of two of these things makes the traversal order different. Okay. In fact, to reinforce that, let me put this out of order and make it pass. Wait a minute, hold on. That's interesting. Now it's always going to pass? What the heck? Is it just random? Yeah, look at it. It's just random. Sometimes it passes and sometimes it fails. Now it's not wanting to fail anymore. It's passing every single time. Oh, there it failed. And I clicked it too many times and it passed again. Yeah, good thing I found it now, huh? Okay, so that makes it a little bit more complicated because I have to iterate both tables, sort them, and then compare them. Yes, indeed. Race conditions suck. I don't know if it's a race condition or if it's just, maybe they're sorted by memory address. That's my guess. It's probably sorted by memory address. Okay, so it's going to complicate this a bit. So, well, actually it makes each individual iteration a little bit easier, right? So we're kind of, right now we're mixing iterating A and B, so we'll just iterate all of A and then iterate all of B, and we'll want to sort them, so that means I'll want to have a set of keys, right? Left-hand side keys, right-hand side keys. A set is the data structure that is where you have just keys and you want to sort them. It doesn't matter how we sort them as long as they're consistently sorted between the two. Alright, so let me actually define just the left-hand side and we'll build the left-hand side. That's key A. So that's value A, key A. And I don't care about the values, so I'm just going to do a pop immediately. So it's just the key. And then we're going to want to take the key and insert it into the set. Void LHS keys insert, and then that's Lua 2 string Lua -1, and then Lua. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's pop them both together, and we'll make that one -2. Actually, no, I want the key to be still on the stack, so never mind. We don't pop it, because it's needed for Lua next, right? Yeah. And then if it gets out, it's empty again. Yeah. And then we'll do the same thing for the right-hand side. And it's right-hand side index. So it's key B. Actually, let me change this so that it's key left-hand side. Value left-hand side. Key right-hand side. Like that. El Razor asks, why do you have void in front of the inserts? I have a command that explains it, but it's my way of reminding myself and also telling the compiler that although insert returns something, it's actually returning a pair. I'm choosing not to do anything with it. And the reason I'm choosing not to do anything with it is I know that because Lua tables can't have two values with the same key in it, that this key will be unique and not already in the set. So it will always, I know what it's gonna return. It's always gonna return that yes, it inserted it, and it's also gonna give me the iterator, which I don't need. It's basically just saying I know that there's a return value, and I have a good reason, and I'm choosing not to use that return value. That's what that means. And by the way, hello. I don't think I said hi. Oh, there's someone else I didn't greet. Nukel? Nukelhead. Forgot to say hi. There, I fixed that problem. Alright, so if we have the set... I'm kind of thinking that shouldn't that be like its own little function? Shouldn't we have something like this, like that it returns a set of strings? Like enumerate keys or something? Lua keys? Actually, it's apparent that it's Lua if the first argument is a Lua state. And then this is table index. Let's just do this. Clean this up a little bit. So it would be this much of it. And we can just say keys. And then we can just say key for this. And value. And this is the table index. Pop the value off, take the key, put it into the list, and then return the keys, right? So then we can just say const auto left-hand side keys equals enumerate keys left-hand side index. And I need Lua in front too. There we go. L Razor says, okay, makes sense. I know in other languages like Rust, the compiler will tell you to do something like let... Yeah, so that's another way I could do it. I could have just said something like, I don't know, const auto dummy, or that equals that. That works too. But one problem is, for me, then I would have to have a different name if I did it twice. I'd have like _1, _2, or I'd have to get rid of the const, and then the compiler might not know that it might not know that I need that return value. But being explicit like this, it's a hint to the compiler that I never need the return value, so an optimizing compiler might never construct the return value even inside this method. Like if it could just cut out all of the construction of the return value completely and optimize it completely away. And then Algrox says, instead of sorting keys, how about just iterating the keys in the first table, then using the Lua get table to get the corresponding value from the second value to compare? I mean, that would work too. Would that be considered an optimization? I need to find, there might be keys in the second table that aren't in the first, though. So I think I would want to iterate the second. I wouldn't need to construct a set for the second one, but I would still need to iterate through the second to see there might be keys that weren't in the first. So this makes it maybe a little bit easier to read, but at the expense that it's unnecessarily making a second set that I don't really need. You can tell that just by comparing the table sizes. But then if I just compare the table size, I won't know the missing key name. So I wanted to kind of print that out. I wanted to say like there's a key missing from one or the other. That's what I'm getting at. But yeah, you're right. You could do that. That would work too. So I don't need this. And that means I don't need to iterate anymore with Lua. I can iterate just with the set. So let's do that. For const auto, well, it's left-hand side entry. Actually, it's just key, right? In left-hand side keys. And then if const auto RHS keys entry equals RHS keys find LHS key. Actually, maybe I will use iGrok's idea. Use the get table. No, but that has a, yeah. I still want to, yeah. I can't think of a way to use the get table without having to search through again to find out what is the name of the extra key. So I'm going to end up iterating. Actually, no, I don't need to iterate twice. I can just make it so that we can mutate the right-hand side. So we can just do that. Actually, that can be const. That's actually an iterator, so it's not a reference. we can say if this equals that dot end, then it's missing from the right. Else, we're going to remove it. Erase RHS keys entry. That does return something? Yeah, it returns another iterator, which I don't need. So then we'll detect if there are things missing on the left-hand side, if not RHS keys empty by the time we get to the end. And then we can just take the first one, right? I don't need to print out all the ones that are missing. So we can just do this. So it's expected comma actual. So that means it's an expected or actual value has extra key. And we'll just print out the first one. So that would be RHS keys begin C string. There we go. Thank you for that follow, by the way. And when it's not there, it'll say actual value missing key. LHS keys dot C string, right? Yep. And then we do the value comparison there. And there we have to call get table for both of them, right? So let me review how get table works. Get table. The key is at the top of the stack, so I push the key first. So let's get the... it actually doesn't matter the order. So let's just do left-hand side first. Lua, get table, Lua. No, I gotta push... What am I doing? I gotta push the key. Push string, right? Yes. And what's a C string? So it'll be left-hand side key, that's C string. And we might as well just push that twice, right? So let's get this done. That's a left-hand side key. Or let's just call it key, because it's the same key for both, right? So then there's a key in both the top two slots there. And then this gets the table from the left-hand side. So that will be, it pops the key and pushes the value, right? Yep. Congrats on pursuing my dream as an independent game dev. Love, oh, there, let's highlight that. Love seeing people do it. It's super inspiring. Thank you, Dr. Cactus, and hello. It's my only opportunity to do that. If I didn't do it now, I'd probably get too old to be motivated to do it. But thank you. All right. Plus, it's been like 20 years since I've wanted to do it, so it's been a long time since I've wanted to start doing it. Okay. I was right here, right? Yeah, so the top will be the value left-hand side, and then there's still the key there. Wouldn't it be... Ooh, what's that? We're being raided by CM Griffing. Ah! How are you doing, Chris? So this, see myself on the camera. This chat overlay is called Stream Parrot, made by CM Griffing, who just raided us. And you're seeing the, what seems to be the popular layout, which is the Golden Age Comics layout. And yeah, you should check out his stream because he's working on this overlay and related marketing sites and other things. He worked on mobile responsiveness for the dashboard. Nice. Cool. Hey, check this out, Chris. You might like this. You know about this this overlay there? We can highlight chat comments. In this case, we're highlighting what the bot just said. And it's called featured.chat. And it's something that Lucky No Slevin made for Twitch. And a bunch of other streamers in the Live Coders team are trying it out, including me. Because everyone seemed to find it pretty useful. And I'm going to be using it too to try to when I start responding and talking and elaborating about something someone asked in chat, we can highlight the message that prompted the conversation, and so people coming in can kind of have a context of what we're talking about. Yeah. So I hope your stream went well. Hope your mobile responsiveness is good for the dashboard. I wouldn't use it on mobile, but that's just me. I guess that would actually be a useful thing when I think about it. I could have my phone here sitting. It's not really doing anything useful otherwise. I could have it on one of these dashboards, right? Give me ideas. Either that or I need a third monitor because I'm running out of real estate. Some people have only one screen. Yeah, those streamers who stream with one screen, I have to hand it to them. That's tough to do. Yeah, you could make settings on your phone instead. That's a good idea. Either that or maybe a tablet, you know? I have a tablet. I could have a tablet right here, and that would kind of be like a stream deck sort of thing, wouldn't it? I wonder how many people use tablets for their stream decks. Okay, Rally Monkey, enjoy your lunch. Yeah, so welcome to Chris's chat and welcome to Chris's channel and Chris and all that. I'm tripping over my words, but that's fine. I'm working on this game here specifically. I'm working today on building up the unit test framework for the Lua scripts, which drive a lot of the elements of my game. If you want to learn more about my game, you can ask me questions or check out my notebook there. So I started today by making a unit test for a game script called modify component delta, and it calls it like this and expects this to be added to that. And I realized quite early on that we can't compare tables and get a deep comparison. So right now, if I were to hose that and run the test, it actually just says null, was expected, null is actual. Because it didn't know how to turn the table into a string to tell me anything useful. So I've been working on that. It should tell me something like that this key is missing from the actual feedback, right? So that's what I'm working on right now. So it's basically doing a deep comparison of Lua tables. And because the key order is not defined by Lua, we're first taking all the keys out and putting them into a C++ set, which is sorted. And then we're iterating through the keys and seeing if both tables have the key, we'll compare them by value. If they don't all have the same keys, we'll either say something's missing or has an extra key. And only if the two tables have the exact same keys and all the values match, will we say that the table comparison is a match. So yeah, I'm at this point right here, right? We take the key, we get a copy of the key, we get the table, and then, yeah, I think I just want to shift this up, right? So I want to Lua is it insert? I guess either way, we can insert the top at -2 to flip the order here so that -1 is now the key and -2 is the value from the right-hand side table. And then we're just going to do another get table from the right-hand side index. So the top is now the value from the right-hand side and the next one down is the value from the left-hand side. And then we can compare them, right? We need to see if they're tables or not, right? That was this stuff here. Right, so this, was it? This right here, this code. Right, this exact code here, we want there. Or here, it doesn't matter. So if they are both tables, then we're going to take that key and push it back into our key chain. Compare the two tables, so that's -1, -2. If they both check out, then we pop the keychain entry. What? This isn't right. Oh, guess I was in the middle of editing that at the time. Okay. I think I also want to pop the values off either way, right? Do I store it and then just pop them? So like const auto table comparison tables equal, and then do a Lua pop 2. So now we're back to empty stack. And then you say if not tables equal, return false. Actually, we want to return that they didn't match. Right? Keychain? No, not that kind of keychain. The idea is that, like, let's say that did match, but this didn't. The error message would be something like actual value of t doesn't match the expected value. But it'd be like t, where's t? So it'd be better if it would say not just that they didn't match, but it would say inside table 1 table table data, right? So give you a path to the keys that didn't match. Yeah, we just return early, right? And if they're not tables, we just do a normal comparison between 1 and 2. And again, don't I want to pop? Yeah, I want to pop them. So const auto values equals that. Actually, let's just put a boolean here. Values equal. Doesn't matter what we put there, and we just say values equals that. And we can take the pop2 out. And then this as well, and just rename it to be values equal. And then remove the const auto. Whoops. I did it twice. Keyboard slips. And that should be, what does Lua compare actually return? It's like an int, not a boolean. Returns 1 if it's satisfied, otherwise okay, so the way I like to do that kind of thing is I say it's not equal to 0. All right. Oh, wait a second. I want to pop that if this is true. So let me turn this around and say if that's true, keychain pop back, and then return true. Else values equals false. They're not equal, return early. Actually, why can't I just return early right away? Oh, because I want to do Lua pop too, that's right. Then move on. Goes through all the keys. If there's some extras, there's an extra one. And we're done, right? I don't need all this junk. There we go. Can't return true. Oh yeah, you're right. It's we're not returning true, are we? Thank you, Toulouse. And we don't return false either. We have to actually return some kind of string here. Actually, and this is going to be more like what this said. Like this. Expected is negative. Okay, so this is down here. Actual is -2, right? And this is for key. So I guess we should just push it in the keychain. Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't it be good to just push it now? No, I mean, I don't want to make it more expensive than it needs to be. I can just push it again. This one I had to proactively push it because that's recursive. And then pop it back out at the end. If it didn't fail. Yes. And the only way it gets here is if it didn't return there. So this needs to return also, right? No, that's caught there. Okay. Compare Lua tables returns a string, right? So you just return that immediate? Yeah. Right. Return, return. Oh, this should return nothing, right? If there's no more keys, then there's no error. Oh yeah, and you're right about that, aren't you? Yep. Yep. Point. So that we'll give this a name. Inner table comparison. Result. If that's empty. I just noticed something. I can't just, okay. It doesn't make sense to have only one pop. I need, okay, this needs to be two phases. Const auto comparison result. Actually, let's just call this comparison result up here. Actually, maybe I could have the pop outside. Yeah, I could do that. There we go. And then I don't need a values equal. Yeah, that should just be comparison result. And yeah, don't need that. And then it's if they're not equal. Yeah, let's just leave it that way. And then I need to have move that to here, right? Thank you for that follow. Sorry, this code is a little bit convoluted. I'll figure it out. So then this goes back to an else if to make it simplified. Okay. Comparison result. If they're tables, then get the comparison result by recursive call and pop the keychain if it was successful. If they're not tables, compare them directly with Lua, and if they don't compare equal, say what we expected and what the actual was. How come? Oh, because this needs the semicolon. And then we should. I don't need this actually. Or do I want to? I do want to push that, don't I? Push the key there if it failed. Then, regardless, always pop the Lua stack to make it empty again. And then we can do an early exit here, right? If not, comparison result empty, return comparison result. Otherwise, it was empty. We go to the next key and loop. Okay, that works. If we reach here, then the stack is empty. Well, actually, the stack is always empty. The stack is empty at the top and at the bottom of here. Always, right? Yeah. Okay. So instead of doing that, we want to actually get the comparison result. If not, comparison result empty. Expectation failed. It would give us the string, and then we're going to want to add to that the table, the keychain. So right, we're going to do an error delegate, right? Which means these can be different. I don't need an expectation failed anymore, do I? No, I still need it, but I'll take this one out. And put that there, and then put a different one here. So here it will be tables differ path there, and then the string, right? So that this would be I need to turn the vector into a string, and I have a special utility for that. That's called join. Join the key chain with, let's say, a dot, and then convert it to a C string, and then comparison result, C string. There we go. Definitely feels complicated, but since this is so important to Lua testing, you pretty much have infinite testing. Yeah, we're gonna get it working right away, and it's gonna be really useful. Yes. And it's complicated because that's just the way I end up writing code, and I could probably go and refactor it a bit. What happened here? Oh, this works with strings, not characters. Cool. Run it. Invalid key to next. Okay, so it got into the next. Hold on. Up in here, right? So let's just debug it. 2 and 3. Okay, it's inside enumerate keys. Return 1. Right, the key is the string 1. Why is it getting invalid key? Am I not understanding Lua next? Did I do that wrong? Pops the key from a stack, pushes a key value pair. So, yeah. Oh, it's flipped. No, it's not. No, it's not flipped. Yeah, pop 1, right? That's what I'm doing. Why would that fail? Invalid key to next. Oh, is this a relative? Let me see if that's a relative index. No, it's just 2. Does Lua 2 string? I don't think it does touch the stack, but I could be wrong. No, it doesn't take anything on or off the stack. It's not that. And we were getting the key of 1, which is the correct thing because the outer table is really an array. Read the bottom of that Lua next document help. It says it's equivalent to Lua L string. Really, it's just what it returns, and I'm not even using the return value, right? No, I am using the return value. Yeah. Oh, in this, I see. Oh, look at that. I didn't realize that. Okay, that deserves a couple points. I'll give you 3 points for that one. That's the bug. because the key is a number and it's being converted to a string, and then the string is not a valid key. So I gotta duplicate it. So let's do that. So Lua push value, Lua -1, and then pop it. Actually, I can just do that, right? I can do that, and then just, so we'll get an extra value, an extra copy of the key at the top. String, and then the value, and then the key, right? And then we'll become, actually I can do it this way. I can say that that's what it, hold on. This is what it is now, and this is what it was before. So it's been coerced to a string, and then we pop that coerced key and the value, and then we're back to the key. Right? Yeah, nice. That's why I gave him 3 points. That was a good catch. That's why Toulouse is like the point leader now. Unfortunately to Nui. Nui's now second place. Sorry. Run it again. Tables differ, path 1. Expected, okay, it's still not comparing them as tables though. So, is this not working? Let's get it down to here, I guess. Don't need that breakpoint anymore. Okay. So the key is 1. Are they both tables? They're not both tables. Why not? They should both be tables. Why not? Unless I screwed up the stack here. Let me fix that and run it again. No, I think it screwed up the... I think I screwed up the Lewis stack here somehow. The stack traversing is messing with your head. It messes with my head. That's why I do these comments here. Okay, let me make sure that the stack is clean here. So we push something, so we have a key now. Next takes the key off, and if it's not 0, pushes 2 on, otherwise it's empty, right? We're gonna push a third one, so we pushed the key. So the key is pushed onto the top, and then we convert it to a string, so now it might have been coerced to a string, and then we're popping 2 things off, so we're reduced just back to the key now. And then we loop back. So the stack should be clean. Let me test to make sure. It should only go through once, right? The key is the string 1. Yeah, okay, and then it returns 0 the next time. And then it should be the same thing, right? For the other table, yeah, it's just 1. Okay, so that part works. The enumerate keys works. So it's just 1 and 1. So key, then a copy of the key, then get table. Let's let me make sure about this. Pops 1, pushes 1. So pushes onto the stack. It pops the key from the stack, pushing the resulting value in its place. So essentially the key gets replaced by the value. Then insert takes what's there. Oh no, Lua insert takes what's at the top and puts it there, right? Moves the top element into the given valid index, shifting things up if they're above it. So it takes the top, which was the value left-hand side, and puts it in -2, moving the key up to 1. Then get table is going to replace the key with the value again, and we should have the 2 things at the top that are values. But for some reason, that's not working. Because they should both be tables, right? Hmm. I always get in trouble when I step through these things. Like I don't know how to interpret this stuff. I have no idea how to interpret the Lua internals. Yeah, it doesn't think that they're both tables. And they don't compare the same. Missing something. Oh, thank you, Code Visionary. I appreciate that. So this is probably gonna be turning into one of those bugs where when I figure out what it is, I'll have to make a comment saying what it was. So that's working. The top two things are tables. That's a table, and that's a table because of what we do in the framework common Lua right here. Right, it starts out as an empty table, and we're gonna add to it the values themselves are both tables. So that is a table, and that is a table. But for some reason, this is returning false. Should you have the keychain in the error message? I do, because I want to see what the key was. So it would be like one dot one dot data dot t or something. Comparison result output. If it fails, then I don't want to pop that because I want the key of those two tables to be in the path. Hey there, Ramy. Wait a minute. You were here 2 hours ago. Are you back? Ramy's back. Hey. Uh-oh. Do you have a bad experience in the game? Mostly because they're little kids, Ramy. Or they're adults who act like little kids. Rocket League? Okay. Well, yeah, I think they're just kids. I would just envision in your mind just two little children, and you treat them as such in your mind, right? Oh, they're just kids. What am I doing wrong? Should I go over it again? Push a string. That's the key. Push a value, so that duplicates it, right? You know what I could do if this isn't making any sense? I could have it sample like this. I can say auto top equals Lua get top Lua, and I can just repeat that every line, and then in the debugger I can just see what that is, right? Every step of the way. Let's just do that. So debug. Top is 3. And now it is 4. And now it is 5. Still 5. Still 5. Still 5. And now it should be back to 3. I didn't do the top equals again. Could it be like this insert that's a problem? 1 in every 10 games gets ruined by some kid that gives up and starts his own goaling because he gets bumped once or whatever. Yeah. Nope. No, I don't think ranking matters. Kids get into the ranked games too. Something tells me that this Lou insert is bad, but I don't know what it is. Moves the top element into the given valid index, shifting up the elements above this index to open space. Cannot be called with a pseudo index. And did I... What was the search result for that? Lua pseudo index is not on the stack. Right. A value is like Lua registry index is a pseudo index. Oh, defined by? Oh, the registry is a pseudo index. So registry is one kind of pseudo index. So actually, if I search for that, I bet I'd find what all the other pseudo indices are. Good that you guys can't hear that car alarm. My noise gate is working. Here we go. Oh yeah, what is the registry index? Some very large negative number. Okay. So it's negative 1,001,000. I think we're safe. Anti-car jack system clearly isn't enough. No, most of the time car alarms go off. It's someone who just forgot that they enabled their car alarm and they get in their car and it just goes off. False alarms, right? I don't think it's this. So what else could it be? What does is table actually do? Maybe it's the is table. It's wrong. Is table. No. Inappropriate joke. Yeah, it's a family-friendly stream, so let's keep it appropriate. Resist the urge, Remy. Hmm. Let me just comment that out and then do it that way. Push the key, get the value. Push the same key, get the value from the other table. Let's see if I get some different results. No. The same. So one of them is not a table. How could one of them not be a table? That's the outer table, and so is game feedback. Outer table. That's the inner table. That's the first inner table. They're both tables, aren't they? Is it possible to dump the stack values? I wish. Maybe I should do that, though. Maybe I should look that up. That would be a handy thing to learn. A dump stack. That's interesting. How to dump a table to console. That's sort of what I want. Peel.pretty. Penlight. Someone else's library. Maybe I should append to this Stack Overflow question when I'm done and say, well, let me shout out my pretty printer. They do this if type equals table. Oh, that's in Lua. That's right. Yeah. Do you need that Lua insert at all? Get table, I think, pops the. Okay, let me put this into context. Yeah, Igrok said, do you need that Lua insert at all? We're talking about this one right here. So let me put this back to the way it was. I'm pretty sure you need that insert because the get table takes the top thing. So the top thing was the value from the left-hand side table. If I want to look up the key in the right hand, I need that on top so that I can then look it up in the right-hand side table. You found a function to do it. A function? Ooh. Type name. Yeah, I could do a type name. Rather than pulling in the whole thing, what if I at least just look at the type names here? Const auto left-hand side type equals Lua type name. Let's see them in the debugger, right? Because this is really quick. We can just do this and see what the things are. Because I expected them both to be tables. 2105. What do you do with that rep? Or is it karma? Cannot open it for writing. Why not? Oh, because we're debugging. Of course we can't write. Okay. Let's see. No value. Wait a minute. Why are we getting null for both of them? Am I not understanding what Lua type name does? I'm assuming TP is an index. Why are we getting no value though? And why is that a null? I don't know. Let's get them when I first get them. Get table. Oh, this is the wrong index, by the way. No value. So it's null? Oh, wait. I think I might know the problem. Yeah, I know what the problem is. This is pushing a string, but it's an integer because it's an array. That's what it is. Okay. So I need to, this deserves the comment that I said I would do. So how would I do this then? Maybe instead of a set of strings, it needs to be a set of JSON values that I could have numbers and strings separately encoded, right? Yeah. Where would a comment go? Probably here. Multi-line comment. All right, we're going to say when looking up the values, when using the keys to look up values in the two tables, make sure to use the proper key types. Keys for array tables are numbers. I think they might be integers. We'll check though. Not strings. So in other words, a table that looks like this, x equals, well, 1, 2, 3, right? Has these keys. 1, 2, 3. Well, actually, let's put values here that aren't 1, 2, 3. How about A, B, C? Not these keys. There we go. Should be int, but it is string because array. It's because when you form a table like this without assigning keys, then the keys are integer keys. Another way you would form a table is like this, where you actually give keys that are something else, and they can be whatever you want. They could be integers or they could be strings. But Lua isn't smart enough to take a string and convert it to an integer to see if it's a key of the table. It's just not smart enough. So when we get the keys originally, I need to not do this coercion, basically. That's the problem. I need to see what the type is of the key and then try to preserve it. I did this in my JSON wrapper. Let me find that. I can just copy the work I did there. JSON wrapper. JSON value from Lua value. Here we go. Right, so if it's a number, it could be an integer, and we get the integer. Otherwise, it's a double. So I think we have to support all of this. So maybe, let's just lift this entire function out. And put it up here in this anonymous namespace. How about that? Where could we put it? I don't know. Let's put it here. JSON value from Lua value. There we go. So let's just use that. Enumerate keys. So this would be, I don't need to push the value, right? I was only doing that because I want to preserve the key, so I don't need to do that. I would just say keys dot, it's void again. Insert JSON value from Lua value, Lua -2. Pop the key, pop the value, and then return. There we go. Yeah, so it's, I don't know how JavaScript works, but yeah, in Lua there's a difference between string 1 and value 1 for keys. So a key could be anything, and the type is important. So we're going to try to preserve the type by using this JSON wrapper I wrote before, which can encapsulate different types. So it'll handle number, either integer or real number keys, or Boolean keys, or string keys. And actually, this doesn't exist, so I'm not even going to do this one. I'm just going to say cannot construct a value from it. So you can have a nil key, a number key, a Boolean key, or a string key, but that's it. Otherwise, we're going to generate an error. Okay. Actually, we could pull this out while I'm at it. And the other one too, maybe? Can we put it here? And just make it not static? And I'll have to make a comment here later. I kind of want to do the same thing with compare Lua tables and pull that out too. Let's just do that. Put it at the top here. Put it there, doesn't matter where, and just remove the word static. Okay, see you, Ramy. You're gonna sleep 25,200,000 milliseconds. How long is that? I'm guessing that's 8 hours. 8 times 3,600. Okay, less than 8 hours. 7 hours? Yeah, 7 hours. Okay. I was close. It's programmer humor. I like it. Okay. Oh, declaration order matters here. Shoot. Okay. I was hoping to keep it in alphabetical order, these methods, but I can't. Bummer. I could if they were in a class, but they're not. There we go. I forgot to wave to a bunch of people, by the way. I was chatting with Chris, but I forgot to wave to him. And Code Vision. That's a lot of people I messed up on. I don't know how to say your name. I'm going to say Undig? Undig. Undig's fine, right? Hi. And a while ago, Code Visionary. Hi. You just stopped by to say hi and to thank me, or to say it's coming along fantastic, and I thank you for that. And PND. I forgot to say hi to you. I'm slipping. Thank you for that follow. Gate threshold set high to ignore crime. Oh, that was from before, yeah. All right. Hey there, Red Sky One. All right, getting back to this. It's still not building. Why? Order of my functions wrong still? JSON is not a class. Oh, shoot. This isn't dependent on JSON, is it? Okay, we can fix that. Make it depend on JSON. Hold on. JSON. There we go. One more dependency. And then I should add subdirectory JSON here. If it's pulled in standalone, that means I should also take the repository reference for JSON, because I set up Moon Unit to stand alone if you wanted it to. So if you choose, you can make Moon Unit stand alone, and you'll need the JSON library. So that would go here, there. And we probably need to include it, right? Include JSON value. Getting there. Now I just have a syntax error on 231. Fix that. C string, right, it's not a member. Why am I using this C? Oh, right here. Didn't I have a JSON to string? I thought I did. Can I do to string? To encoding. Yeah, that'll work. That will work. And then convert to a C string. There we go. Oh, we'll probably have that problem elsewhere, right? Yeah. So I'm going to want to insert this to encoding in a bunch of spots. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. We had to modify that, right? Because we had to use the correct pushing. Oh, and I had another function to do that. I'll get back to that one. What's the other error? 305? Right here, yeah. So that's that dot, right? So when we use the key here, I need the other helper from JSON. Where is it again? In that JSON wrapper, the opposite, to push it back onto Lua. How am I doing on the time? Doing 2.5 hours roughly? Okay. Wait a minute, it hasn't been 2.5 hours. It has been 2.5 hours. It's almost 1 o'clock? Okay. Yeah. For some reason I thought it was only 1.5 hours. Anyway, JSON value from Lua value. Do I have a Lua value from JSON value? Yep. Okay, here it is. Sort of. Is that what I want? How come I don't have that in a nice, convenient place? Interesting. So this is the only place that I do that? Huh, okay. Well, I can just extract that out and put it up here. JSON value. So this would be like void Lua value from JSON value. Const JSON value does that. Whoops. What the heck did it go up there? And it needs the Lua interpreter. And then I need to call that wherever it says the error is. 297 right here. So Lua LHS key. And then essentially we have the key, but we don't know what type it is, and we don't care. 256. Hold on, what? Oh, is it saying I can't have a set of JSON values? Because less isn't defined for JSON? Grr. Why not? It's ambiguous. We can't sort by JSON key. Do I feel like adding that now? I guess I could. Because all I need is a comparator, and yeah, it doesn't matter really how I compare as long as the order is predictable. So I already have comparators in here, right? Or do I not even? I have an equality comparator, but not a sorting comparator. Right? Quality, inequality, and then I have typecasts. Indexer. Okay, yeah, so we can just, next to equality, we can have order. Well, determine whether or not the JSON value comes before the another. Just keep it like that. So this is the other JSON value to which to compare this one. An indication of whether or not that is returned. That should be just singular. The other. And that's operator less than. Let's go implement it. No, not there. There we go. Okay. So obviously we got to compare the types first, right? So we're going to switch off the type. Oh, I'm being rated by Tim. Hey there. How are you, Tim? And how are your turtles? You're racing. I'm sorry I don't have the built-in little race that Tim's channel has, but welcome. I'm working on building up unit tests for my game scripts, so thank you, Toulouse, for the link there. It looks like that. So it's a game that is inspired by old Ultima games, Ultima 4 and 5, or a couple of my favorite games when I was a kid. I've always wanted to make my own game that was like that. And today I'm working on the scripts that are controlling the NPCs and building up tools so that I can develop them in a test-driven development workflow. So, for example, here's the test that I've been working on. I don't need this anymore. That you can call this script called modify component delta with these 3 arguments, and that you expect the game's feedback will be filled with this data structure, because that's what the utility actually does right here, right? So it might seem kind of silly that we're just saying we're checking to make sure the function does what it's supposed to do, but it comes in handy later if I accidentally break things that my tests will start to fail. And I really should have had this from the get-go, but I didn't. I was developing a lot of scripts for my game without any kind of tests, and I kind of reached the point where when I would hit a bug, I would struggle a lot, not knowing where the bug was. The debug tools weren't so good, and so now I'm trying to improve on that. How come no /me? Oh, for featured messages? Are you guys doing the featured message stuff? Like that? I don't think the extension knows. Oh, that's interesting. So it shows up for you guys, but for me on the preview, it doesn't show the emotes. Hi, Tim. Look at that. Your message is highlighted. That is featured chat. So we're trying this out that either I or one of my moderators or a couple VIPs that I handpicked can take a chat message and have it featured so that like if I go into an explanation of what I'm doing, like let's say I can't even it only works for chat messages that are more than one word long. But yeah, so I could take your message, Shake Soda, and feature it, and I can say well, I'm not exactly sure what you meant here. Oh, that is that message styling for VIPs and mods. It's more of like I can take out any message from chat and highlight it, and then it can be like the context of the conversation. So if someone asks me like, what does that mean in Lua, I can feature that chat and then go into a discussion, and anyone coming in could say, oh, that's what he's talking about. You mean the main chat overlay? Oh yeah, we got two things going. We have that overlay and then the featured chat over there. So I guess it's now becoming ambiguous which overlay we're talking about. George is the best AI in the game. Prove me wrong. Here, we'll prove you wrong. You think he's the best, huh? Well, that slime is mocking him. He's like, come get me. And George is like, I wanna fight you. And Slime's like, well, you're not the best AI in the game. You can't even get me unless I do that. And now I'm dead. There you go. There's also an example of how that featured chat works. Teasing him exactly. So yeah, at the moment, I'm working on a problem where in Lua, you can't just take a table and convert it to a string and get something meaningful. Instead you get null because a table can't be converted to a string, so you just get null when you try to do it. So I'm essentially writing code here that will compare Lua tables and print out like what the first difference that it finds, and I ran into a snag where a key that's a string and a key that's an integer are not the same key, and so I'm having to introduce a little flexibility in the types of my Lua table keys. So I'm using JSON values because I have that code already written and it's really convenient. And the only piece missing really was that if I want to sort JSON values, I have to implement the operator less than. So that's what I was doing right when I got raided. So I need to decide now, what do we do if the types are the same, we can compare their values, right? Yeah. So we'll do the same kind of thing. If the types are different, I think we'll just define a type order. If they're the same, then we're just going to basically delegate to the individual comparison operators, right? This should just do it for floating point value. Floating point value. What if they're arrays, though? That's a good question. How do you compare two JSON values that are arrays? I'm going to say that they always will be considered, so that we're not going to consider any order, so that's like false. I think that actually, let's just make the default false. Basically, false for less than means you don't consider them to be in any particular order. They're essentially all equal to each other. And actually, I'm just going to do that. That we only define order for Boolean strings, integers, and floating points. And then if it's not the same, I do want to have some order in types. You know what I can just do? I can just convert it into an integer. Return, just coerce them, less than int other.get type. There we go. Easy peasy. Who cares, right? Just coerce to integer. You basically want to be able to serialize certain aspects of Lua. AI scripting and put it in the unit test. Yeah, I forgot to show that part. I think Tim showed it on his stream a while back. How come that's not linking? I don't know. When I am developing this unit test here, I want it to show up here on my test runner so that I can run all my tests and have it show up, and as a failure, I can click on it and see, well, where'd the error occur? Oh, it was on this test, right? And I can see the test results here. That's what I'm aiming for. Oh, because I changed JSON, a lot of things depend on JSON that is being rebuilt. Thank you to my mods and select VIPs with the management of that featured chat. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're having fun, having more control over the stream as well. You get to pick out individual chat messages and show them on my overlay. You have more power. Okay. If this works, then these should compare again, and then I can modify one of these strings to see it fail. Okay, why are we getting these can't link? Wait a minute, what? Build finished with exit code -1. Why would I be getting that? Oh, that's interesting. Was it still just running in the background and I wasn't patient enough? Why is it so slow right now? I can hear the hard drive chunking away. Okay, I don't know why. Let's just run it again. Expected foo, actual foo. Tables differ, data CT. Oh, did I reverse the logic by accident? So the path is working. It's saying within the data structure, actually this isn't working. It should have said 1.data.ct, but we're getting close. I should debug that. Actually, I should debug that now. Why is the path not start with 1? The path is formed here, right? Hold on. Right there. Oh, well, skip that. That key should be 1. Yeah, integer 1. So when it fails, it'll back all the way out, right? And we'll have the key path where that's in the call stack. Right there. Yeah, right here. Go to there, please, debugger. So what's the key chain? Oh, it's empty string. Why is it empty string? Actual foo. Yeah, I know. There's another bug, but I wanted to fix this other one first. It should be 1.data.ct, not empty string.data. So would it be wherever we push? Hold on. I can. What am I doing here? Oh, it's a string. And oh, I see what's going on. Even though it's yeah, it's not a string, it's a JSON value. But it's being converted into a vector of strings. That's interesting. It's on the pushback, probably. Yeah, it was converting JSONs to strings. And there's probably one more place that the type is different. Sounds about right down here, right? It would be JSON value. And 788, right, so I have to convert each one to a string and then join them. Okay, well, we can do that. Vector of string as strings. For const auto, key in key chain as strings push back, key dot to encoding. And then just join that together. All right, let's try again. Oh, it put it in quotes. Do I care? Maybe that's fine because I know it's a string and not an integer. Yeah, let's go with that. So one data CT. So then the other bug is that I have the Boolean reversed in the value comparison. Where would that be? Compare Lua tables. When they're not tables, right? Not equal to, right, so this should be like equal 0 when they're not equal. Yay, it worked. And if I break it like that, it should break in predictable ways. Right, one.type expected that actual was that. And if I change the key, it should say actual value missing for type. Right. No, that's backwards. I had that backwards by accident, I guess. Yeah, okay, that's a bug. Actual value missing. It's expected on the left and actual on the right, right? I think I got them backwards. Hold on, back to that message. Did I flip it when I called it recursively? Did I flip left and right by accident? I did. 1 is right and 2 is left. Fixed. Well, it didn't make a difference, did it? Oh, no, there it goes. Actual value missing for types. Right. And then if we add like an extra, like if I comment that out, right? Then it should say it's extra. Actual value has extra key type. There we go. And then if I have those, but then I add an extra one, it should say it's missing. I don't know, 1. Doesn't matter. Cool. Make sure I hit all these things. No one's told me yet that I'm being hypocritical, but I sort of am. I'm making a unit test framework that is not itself unit tested. I'm kind of brute force testing it by just running it through all of the paths here manually. I figured that it kind of tests itself as we use it. If we start to see weird behavior and it's not the thing we're testing, we can suspect the tester. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. Cool. So if we have any kind of difference between Lua tables, it'll tell us what was different. So if I made that like a 2, then it will say, oh, wait a minute, that's a table. Right, let's fix that. When they have the expected quote, okay, that's in 2 places. I also didn't do the assert thing. That needs to, I think expect equal and assert equal have to have the same kind of thing. So is it really only in one real place? No, there's another place, right? Expect equal. Here. So really, instead of just doing Lua toString, I should have it be a little bit smarter and see if it's a table, it should print something. Maybe just expected table. You know, I'm just going to do that later. Because I'm okay with it right now saying expected null, and then I'll like, oh, it's probably a table. So let me make that something I do later. To do. When printing expected actual values, moon unit should check if the value is a table and say table instead of null. Okay, so let's just continue on with the original goal, which was to unit test this. So I'm done with modify component delta, right? Because that passes now, as long as I put that back to delta. And that's one thing down. Before I actually continue, let me check this in. I changed a bunch of stuff, right? I added something to JSON. I changed moon unit. So those two are different commits. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing? Oh, there was another to do. To do actual update not actual, assert equal, and then also expect not equal, assert not equal to work with tables. All right, so JSON. We're adding the order operator, or less than. Add order less than comparisons for JSON values. I'm pretty good, Resubaka. Running into a couple things that have tripped me up today, but I have tried to keep to this new habit of whenever I do get tripped up, that I write a nice comment. So I did that in compare Lua tables, right? This thing tripped me up for a while, that I have keys, integers 1, 2, 3, and I was converting them into strings, and then expecting that I could use the strings to look up the values in a Lua table, and it doesn't work. You get that there's no value for the key string 1, even if there is a value for integer 1. It's one of those quirks with Lua. Can you have assert call into expect and then throw an error or something? I could probably. That's probably how I'll handle that. But I kind of don't want to do it right now, so I'm choosing to do it later. Sorry, I didn't highlight your message. Yeah. So again, I could do that, and right now I'm not doing that. So assert equals right now doesn't do the table stuff at all. And the way let's see how I would do that actually. So for expect, it calls the error delegate and marks that the test failed. The difference between that and assert equal will actually do Lua L error. So what we could do is we could adapt. We could have all the asserts call the expect equivalents and see, well, if the test just failed, then take the last thing given to the error delegate and call Lua L error or something like that to convert it, basically. So that's what I'll probably do, but I just don't feel like doing that right now. We'll get to that, though. That's what I kind of meant for myself there, that I need to update them to work with tables. So I'm not gonna sweat it right now. Let's move on. I'll just have to make sure I use expect equal. You can turn like if I needed a not, like an expect not equal, I can just do a actually no, I can't. I was like, you can reverse the logic, but you really can't. I'll just have to stick with expect equal for now. If I need an expect not equal or an assert equal, I'll have to go back and do that. Okay. That's this one. Should we do Manhattan distance next? That's a fun little one. So moon unit test. Actually, let's just copy this line. And then copy that there. End. How are we going to test Manhattan distance? How about A equals... Yes, thank you for... I forgot to clear the now showing thing. X equals, I don't know, let's keep it simple. 1, y equals 2, and then x equals 3. I'm going to cover some of the sign differences, so how about negative 2? So we would moon unit expect equal. What do we expect for the Manhattan distance between those two to be? Actually, let me not put them in variables. Let's put them directly. So something for Manhattan distance between these two. So what do we expect for that? Can everybody see that? Yeah, we're good. Think it auto clears? Oh, maybe it does auto clear. Oh yeah, 2 minutes. Aha. And I can't change that. It's stuck at 2 minutes. I might want to actually change it. If I could change it, I might want to sometimes change it to be longer, right? So what's the Manhattan distance? I think it's just 4 plus 2, so that'd be 6, right? Let's see if I got the answer right. Run the unit test again, and it passed. So if I had guessed wrong, it would have told me so. Would have said expected 5, actual was 6. So let's check that when they're on top of each other, it's 0. And let's just pick some other corner cases, like only different along one axis. That's 3, right? And then let's do vertical. And let's do from 0 to 2. Let's go the other direction and go negative 2. And let's flip them. So it's 2, negative 2 to 0. That's probably good enough, right? So there we go. We tested Manhattan distance. Has component, get player inventory, launch particle. Which one do I want to do next? Find free slot, maybe? We could do that one. Might want to keep these in the correct order, too. Alphabetical order or something like that. Find free slot. All right. Find free slot really just works with an array to find the first one that's nil. And that only works because it's really JSON nil is considered equivalent to nil, right? Does that actually work correctly? Because what if you had an array like we can test and see. It's very cool how well Moon integrates into the test suite. Yeah, that's what my whole goal was, that I can just like click that and boom, we have a new test added now. That's weird it didn't show up here though. Is that a bug? Did I hit update there? Or I wonder if it's because it's empty. Well, that's weird. It's only showing 2 of them now. I wonder if it's because there's no code between them. What if we... Maybe we found a bug. No? Is it because there's no code in there? That's weird. That's like some kind of weird glitch, because now it's not removing it. What if I take it out? It's gone, and I put it back. Yeah, that's weird. I shouldn't have to rebuild. I should just run. Whenever I run it, it should find it again. Weird. Anyway, I won't sweat it too much. Yeah. Just continue the trend of doing expect equal. So we should either get an index or a nil. So let's do the one where it's nil for find free slot. and we pass it in an array which has nothing empty in it. So like 1, 2, 3. Or let's not use integers from 1 to 3. Let's say 10, 11, 12. Okay, but then does this work? I put a nil there. Actually, let's try all three combinations of for just one thing empty. It's this third thing. I don't know if it'll work or not. Aha. It's getting confused too about the line numbers. I wonder if it's not running the test enumeration to figure out where the line numbers are sometimes until I hit that. Like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Well, hey there, Hamida. How are you doing? See how your hello got highlighted? That's featured.chat. Hope you like it. Yeah, sometimes I have to refresh this. Anyway. Right, so it was null. So this one got null back. So I wonder if this is a bug in the game right now. Or if it works because I could have a JSON nil here before. Like the chat view on stream on the right looks clean. Yeah, that's made by CM Griffing. It's called Stream Parrot. You could, if you check out his channel, he either works on that or he's doing the marketing for it. Oh, I forgot we made that command overlay. Thank you, Toulouse. Okay, I want to actually see how this is used in the real game. Has room. Okay, we're getting the player's inventory. Get player inventory. Oh, it's not going to be just any array. It's going to be a JSON array. Yeah. I'm starting to think that, and I really need to pull in the JSON wrapper into Moon Unit because actually no, I don't need to pull it into Moon Unit. I need to have it in the this fixture. But I need to have something more elaborate than this. So like I'm missing array, right? So array that takes a table and like wraps it. And there was something else too, right? Like it had a constructor as well. Sometimes we're using the constructor, right? Let me search for this. Search for JSON whole word same case. Yeah, so sometimes I do a JSON nil. JSON array. And what's this? Oh, it really is a table. Okay, so we have one that takes a table and takes... So to do a constructor like that is... I can't remember. Is that underscore underscore call? I think so. Can I do that here with like a call? I don't remember how that works. Anyway, there needs to be commas there. I don't know if I can do that or if I need to do it with a... I usually do this in C, setting the meta table. This doesn't... Probably this doesn't work and I need to look it up. Do you think shoutouts should get an automatic promotion to now showing? I don't know. I mean, you can do it if you want. I would say maybe if they raid us, then we would feature them. We would shout them out and then feature the shout out if they just raided us, maybe. How about that? I'm guessing this isn't going to work, so I'm going to have to look this up. Because I forget how to do this. So Lua set meta table from Lua. Oh, it's just set meta table. Okay. So we can just do that here. Set meta table. It should have its own meta table, right? JSON. Right, so that you can call it on itself. Yep. Okay, and then call doesn't take a table right now, it takes a value, and we want to make a new thing, right? So we're gonna make a new user data. How do we do that? Uh, is that this thing? Oh, I can just make a table. Okay, so I can just make a table with the value in it. So local value equals, and then, well, I can't use the same name. JSON value, and then set meta table on it. And which one's first? The table and then the meta table. So JSON value, JSON. I think we can do that. I'm not sure. Do they do that here? Any of their examples? Yes. So they will, okay, but they do that to make it local. Okay. Oh, I have to do that. Right. So I have to say like JSON. I don't want to make it local though. Can you say, is there a global keyword? No, there's just local, right? A lot of things named local. I'm not seeing the one for Lua. Lua, define global. Hey there, Nui. How are you doing? Globals don't need a declaration, but what if I needed to declare it in advance? I can just set it to nil. Just assign nil to it. Okay, we'll do that then. That's equal to nil, and then that's so that it can be used in its own definition. Actually, I don't even know if I need to do that. Let me see if I can get away without doing that. The idea would be, can I call JSON nil and then get something which then I can pull the value out and see if it's nil? I think I need to do a comparator operator too, right? That's probably what I'm doing in the JSON wrapper. I don't know, let me see. I'm glad you're fine, Nui. Call index garbage collect. Wait, why do I have? Oh, that's for the class index, and then instances can be finalized, indexed. The new index is the index, the read write, or the write. This is read index, write index. Convert to string and get length. So how come? How does this work? The one we were testing. I forgot the name of already. Find free slot. How does that work? Oh, because that, the indexer is returning a Lua value, right? Probably. That's how that works. This indexer is probably returning a Lua value. Yep. So it will end up returning nil. That's how that works. Okay. So I can do the same thing. I actually don't need to do that yet, but yeah. How are those used, those JSON nils? I actually don't even think I'm using them in Lua. I'm using them in the C code. Okay, but this is the test framework. I can do whatever I want. So I can say get value or something like value. And I would want to do this with an indexer, right? Let me see. Let me make sure I get this right. This should kind of look like this JSON wrappers meta table. Whoops. You might have heard that. That was me, my text. Yeah, and I can't do that right now because I'm streaming. I'll do that later. Right, constructor. Okay, that's right. There's a class index. And then in the class index, we do the array stuff. Okay. So this would be the class index, right? No, no. Let's call them two different things. So we'll call this the meta table. Local JSON meta is something here. Key. And then JSON itself is a global. I need to move these up there. Hold on. They need to be sort of in here, but in a different format. And this itself will have what in it? Nothing really. Actually, no, the meta table is the global. But you can make other instances. Okay. So I can just go back to what I had before. You forgot the stream plan in Discord? Yeah, probably. I'll just let it go today. About the stream schedule thing, you got a message. I'm making a change to the streamer config window that would suggest setting Sunday as the first day of the week in negative UTC time zones, so positive UTC time zones will see Monday as the first day of the week. Okay. Sounds like a difficult thing to make everyone happy. But it's nice to see that they're responding to. Call is to make a new one, which we'll do. Index on the class itself will be used to return this stuff. Right, and then the indexer on the individual value. Hold on, which table? Oh, there's another table here. I knew this is weird. Make a new table, duplicate the reference, set as so the JSON is the meta table. Then create a second table and put this in it. And then what are we doing with it? Okay, I don't understand what I'm doing here. I should have commented it. Set meta table. Pops a table from the stack and sets it as the new meta table for the value at the given index. So this table here is the meta table for JSON. Oh, these are magic methods in the table itself? JSON? Why is it Lua L new meta table? The L ones are library ones, so they're just shorthand for some reason. Yeah, so it's just doing a bunch of overhead things. Like I think we can call new meta. Well, we would have to go directly to the registry, I guess. I think it's so that you can call it more than once and it only does its thing once. In both cases, it pushes under the stack the final value associated with it in the registry. So it's just making sure that there's only one meta table named JSON. Okay, let me run through this step by step again. So make a JSON meta table. Make a copy of that reference. Set it as the global. So this means that the meta table is named JSON as a global. Then create another table. Give it a constructor and a class index. And then make that the meta table for JSON. Oh, so meta. The meta table has a meta table. I think I remember how this worked again. So we have 2 of them. So I was on the right track before. I gotta split this again then. So this is meta. This is the global. But so is the other one. I guess that can be local then. But whenever I make a new one, I have to make that one JSON meta. This one has the class index. And the call constructor. So it doesn't have these. So inside the class index is what? Array object. So it has these inside it. So like if key equals array, then return function table. Else if key equals object, then return function table. Do I want to do all this stuff? I guess I should. Add array object. Oh, what am I doing? That needs to be like that. Parse and type, right? Parse type. Okay, so that is adding to an array. So what does else do here? Nil. Actually, I don't need a return no, just do that. Okay. Add. It's just adding to the array. Well, I guess let me do array first. Actually, this is really only for C code benefits, so I could just hold on to the table internally as the value. So hey there, Dries Jans. Adding unit tests. So I'm actually still working on the test framework that has to sort of duplicate some of what the game server does in like handling JSON values. So it's really just loosely typed. values, and I don't actually need to do the whole stuff that the game server does. So I'm looking into shortening this. Like, I think that can just save the value as is. And the same thing here. I can just say that when this is called, we're doing a local JSON value equals yeah, it's the same thing. But I wonder if I could make it common or same. That's self too, right? Array. Class index, array. There is a self. Oh, wait a minute, no. It's a class, it's still a method, right? Does call get the class as an argument? I forget. Doesn't say much. Hey there, Marlu. I still have the intention to record a sort of run through about the architecture of my game, but essentially it's split between the front end and back end. The front end's all in the web browsers and JavaScript and using some frameworks like React and Redux, and the back end is combination C++ and Lua. And right now I'm working on the Lua aspects. So, for example, this Lua wrapper is part of the C++ part of the server that hooks into the Lua to make C++ wrappers for Lua values that look like JSON values. Can't open OneNote on your phone? I'm sorry. Well, so yeah, I mean, I intend to record a video that you'd be able to watch, like a 30-second video or whatever that would explain something like that. But I haven't gotten to it yet. My apologies. Yeah, I wanted to know. Not this one. The call meta method. Where is that documented? Func as its first argument. Okay, so it is the class. Okay, so then it's like self or something. Can we use the word class? That might be more appropriate. Oh, but I'm in the wrong place, aren't I? That should be here. Class. And then array, I'm ignoring the thing. It's a class method, yes. These are the class methods. These are instance methods. So there is no call there. And I have yet to do that one. The Romania hate. The front end is not using Pixie, it's using Phaser. But I could be using Pixie. I chose Phaser over Pixie because Phaser does Z order for me and also does sound. So for example, I put this guy right here. Oops. I think I moved the ground that he was on instead of moving him. Yeah, let's move the ground back. Let's move the slime over there. Is the sound not working for me? There it goes. I don't know if you could hear that though. Should do it again. Yeah, you could hear that. It's a little whack sound. That's also handled by Phaser. He started on a Pixie game project, got bored because it looked terrible. Sorry to hear that. If you're not an artist, then just expect things to look terrible when you start, and you'll get better and better as you practice. I think my stuff looks terrible too, but it's a work in progress. Hey there, Congo. How are you doing? Go pick up that loot that George is leaving for you. There you go. Pick up that loot. So yeah, this is class again, right? All of these are class. I know I'm just going to get these wrong, but that's okay. Class index. What does type do? Oh, they're meant to be called... I see. Do I actually do that? Type? Huh, I never actually call that. Oh, because it's uppercase type, that's why. I guess I never call it. What about parse? Oh, I'm looking at Lua. No, that's correct. So I never actually call those. I call object all the time. So I made these two and I never used them, so maybe I'll just end up dropping them. I use object though all the time, and I use it by right, the JSON class, and it's not a method, it's just a function. Okay, so then there's no class here. And I'm going to leave these out, because I don't actually use them. So that's not a class either. Okay, but then add is? How does add work? I don't use add. Well, shoot. What am I doing? I think I originally thought I would need that and I never needed it. I'm only using array and object, right? Yeah, okay. All right, fine. And these will operate the same way, really. It's just take the table and store it as the value. And actually, we forgot to return it. It's encapsulating something that looks like a JSON value, and in the end, we're going to just get the JSON value back out. So that will be here, right? If key equals value, I guess, then return. This will be self dot JSON value. Oh, wait. No, it's just return self. Do I even need this then? I don't think I do. Oh, wait a minute. No, if it's nil, I can't just do that, can I? I remember why I had to do it. I had to do it like... like value equals value. Value equals table. Yeah, I remember why I had to do this. And then return self.value. Right. How is the test going? It's going okay, but mostly I'm just finding things that are missing. Like, I was writing the test for find free slot, and then I realized that find free slot is not just in any normal array, it's a JSON array, which is why this works. This won't work with a normal table because when you do that, the table is no longer 3 elements long, it's only 2. You can have as many nils as you want in Lua. Even if you had five things and the last 3 are nil, it'll end up being the same as if you did that. So there's actually no way to do that in Lua. So the way I was doing it in my game was this array is actually a JSON array where I do allow that. So to get this test to work, I essentially need to make these all JSON values. So do something like, let's just do it now. JSON, and then the value, right? So that's what it should be doing. Because find free slot, when it does this lookup, it converts it back into oh wait a minute, I got this wrong. I'm sorry. It's not. Is it that? Yeah, it actually is like this. and then this thing is itself a JSON array. So like this, JSON.array that. So it preserves the fact that there are 3 elements, and then when we extract it out, it unwraps the JSON value back so that it can be nil or something else. So in order to get this to work, in the real game, that's supported by what I call the JSON wrapper, which I've now lost track of. This guy. But in the test suite, I don't have the game server at all, so I'm having to simulate what I need from that in this common Lua setup here. So making an array would be taking that table and storing it as the value of a object in Lua. And the way you make a class or an object is you just make a table and set a meta table for it. So that using that meta table will handle indexing. So if I do something dot value, it would extract that value out of it again. And then I also need to have the indexer. Well, actually, maybe I wouldn't use the index. We're talking about the object index at this point, right? Yeah. So I don't do that then. I just look at the value as if it was a table, right? And then pull it back out. So I would say return self.value key. There we go. That's the indexer. And then the new indexer is the same way, right? I think so. If it's an array, get the index and put it in place. Wait, what is this doing? Where do we get the value? Right here. Okay, so we're always converting it to JSON. Well, yeah, we have to. Okay, so here we don't have to. So then new index, comma, key value. It's just wrapping this again, right? So it's just self.value key equals value. I'm wondering if any of this is necessary, because the built-in table will just do this for me. Oh, no, I have to, if it's a JSON value, I have to strip that JSON value out of here. That's what it is. So, right. I remember this. Local value equals if, is it type? This is where I'm not as familiar with it. Hey there, Congo. Yeah, today is a Lua day. All right. Is that in here? Is it looking it up here? Nah. Oh, it was here. Right. Actually, will it return me the meta table name? What if, is there a Lua get meta table? There is. Oh, but what about type? It probably tells me user data. So the question would be Lua, check if value has a certain meta table. Maybe this is the wrong way of going about it, actually. Maybe I could just assume that it's the user data. Or no, better would be to just get its meta table, and if it's not nil, then I can actually put something in there. Okay, let me think about this. Lua get meta. What if it's something doesn't have a meta table? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong way. Get meta table, this one. If it doesn't have one, it's nil. Otherwise, if the object's meta table is that, return that. Okay, so what if I just say the meta table has something in it, like type equals JSON, and we'll say if, let's say local value meta equals get meta table value. If value meta and is and double that, or is it and? Something tells me it's that. I get my languages confused sometimes. You can walk through walls? What? Maybe you can walk through walls. Oh, there's a secret wall. Is that what you're talking about? There's a wall right there. Yeah, that's a secret passage leading back to this area. Yeah, that's by design. That's the only wall you can walk through, though. N value meta dot type is JSON. Then return value dot value. And this is really element, not value. There we go. This is Lua. It kind of, there are a lot of commonalities, common syntax between different languages. The giveaway that is Lua is you see the word then, and you see a lot of ends, and the you'll see no semicolons anywhere. But that's there are a lot of commonalities with Python, at least the way I indent. So if it was Python, it would be a colon, not a then. Yeah, these go. This is a test for what goes into the game. What goes into the game are the things we're testing here, like this, like finding a free inventory slot, getting the player's inventory, and whenever you see game colon, it's calling back into the C++ code, and then returns back a wrapper, and so there's an adapter or a wrapper, sometimes I'll call it, for game variables, which are in JSON, and that's the JSON wrapper. And I'm kind of simulating that in this test framework. So it's kind of hard to explain, but like if we were finding a free slot in someone's inventory, the inventory is really a JSON array with 3 JSON values in it, and it can be nil or null. And that's why we can have the third inventory slot empty and have it not look like a two slot inventory. If you did this with just a normal table, like that table and that table in Lua are equivalent. If you ask for what is the length of that table, you get 2, not 3. So I can't just use a normal JSON table. Normal Lua table. I have to wrap it into a full JSON structure has a table semantics, sort of. And then we can see that, yeah, we should get 3 if we ask for which one's free, the third one, right? So it's a little complicated. All right, where was I? I'm on this thing, right? Get the element. If it's a JSON, okay, there should be an else. Else, just return the element. Because it could just be itself, right? Actually, it's safe to say that every element in the array will be a JSON value, so I don't even need to do any of this stuff. Yeah, what am I doing? I should just do that. Return that. Just assume it's a JSON object, a JSON value. And then I have to do the same thing here, value equals value. And I don't need that type thingy. So we're making a new one. We're wrapping a value into a table with a meta table. An array does that. Array and object are kind of the same, right? Because we're really just wrapping a table. Think that will work? I don't know. Let's give it a try. Run the thingy. How come this is broken now? Oh, Stack Overflow. Oops. It's calling itself. Oh, right. I can't just do that. There's like a raw get, right? It's like raw get without invoking the index. Yes. So return raw get self value and then index the key. So raw get self comma. Okay, this has to be a string though. There we go. Let's try it now. Nope. Attempt to index a nil value here. Called from modify component delta, really? Oh, yeah. Is it this? It's hard to see what line number it's on because it's when it says 145, it's this whole thing. It's indexing somewhere, but I don't see it being indexed. Unless it's that. But it's getting here. Oh, this should just be JSON. Yeah. Actual value missing CT. Okay, we're getting further. Probably because this is not wrapping it correctly. Oh, shoot. This is going to be tough because these aren't going to be tables anymore, are they? Because that's not a table, it's a JSON object. Dope. Yeah. How am I going to handle this? I guess this expectation has to just work with, yeah. What if I just do JSON.object here? What do I get? Then to index a nil value. Oh, that's just lowercase there, right there. Run. Okay, it got into the delta and then broke because, yeah, that needs to be a JSON.object delta. Whew, it worked. It would be too much of a hack to make it a 4-length array. I think that would be a hack. I'd in the where it's actually stored, it really is a JSON array, right? So it's really just it's being adapted to Lua, and it's just Lua's view of the JSON. So I'd rather just keep the same convention, even in the unit test framework, is that we say that the underlying thing really is JSON, so we allow nil to be in the last element of the array. Okay, does that break anything? Like if I If I change that to S, what does that do? Oh, this still works. That's interesting. Well, that's cool. I guess that makes sense. It works just because I'm using Lua to evaluate it itself. Cool. All right, I'm happy with that. And then what happened to that one? This is still broken. Okay, this is returning null. I wonder why. I'm wondering if do I not put JSON in front of all these? Is that the thing? Yeah, that's right. These, the numbers don't have the wrapper in front. Actually, but I need the wrapper for that. So how am I going to do this? Array should maybe check. Maybe. See you, Toulouse. Thank you for being here. How long have I been going? I have like 15 minutes left. I got a lot less done than I thought I would. But yeah, that's how things go, you know. So we're calling array and we're giving a bunch of JSON objects. So yeah, it's gonna actually store them as is, and then when we pull them back out, we're actually returning a table instead of an actual value. So what should I do here? I think I'm gonna keep them wrapped like they are. I would have trouble constructing something here anyway. This is only working because the underlying data really is JSONs. But if it was in if it was in Lua, this would be a problem unless I really allowed a Lua wrapped JSON value. But this code doesn't expect that. It expects it to be unwrapped. Well, but it only expects it to be unwrapped there. So maybe we could check it in the indexer in common here. We can see if that is itself a JSON value, then we can unwrap it again. What would be there would be no harm in that, right? I guess we'd have to check again. So I need to have some kind of sentinel here. Or just check for user data. Oh, wait a minute. We know the meta table, right? I can just check it against itself here. So I can say local value equals that, and then I guess we can just repeat while get meta table of object, right? If it's going to just return the meta table, so we can just do a direct comparison. While get meta table value equals JSON meta, do value equals value.value. End. Right? It didn't make any difference. Okay. I was expecting to have it pull out the inner, like, if this itself was a JSON value, and then it would go into here and I would extract it back out. I'm guessing this null is really a table that has a value equal to 1 in it. I thought you had to go, Toulouse. Have I like sucked you in, now you can't escape? Return the value? Yeah, you're right. You got it. I know, you were just staying for that one extra point, weren't you? That wasn't it, though. What a shame. Still null. Its value equals. Oh, no, I gotta do the get raw. What am I doing? I gotta do this. Value. Nope. Jeez. This is hard. I know, shame on me. This is unwrapping. And this is wrapping. But it's not working. Shoot. I wonder if it's just not going into this at all. How would I know if it got into here? I guess I could do a print. Or I can do an error. Hello. What if I do a hello here? Interesting. It never gets into here? That should give me a whole bunch of hellos. Hello. Yep. All right. Is this just not? It's not ever going into that then? Is that the problem? It's never going into this indexer at all. Do you need the raw get a second time on line 17? You mean like right here? Yeah, that was to avoid the recursion, the infinite loop, where it was the indexer would go back into itself. So if I did that, then I was getting oh, huh. I mean, that would go back into itself, right? So I think the problem right now is it's just not getting into the indexer anymore for some reason. Why wouldn't it? I don't understand why it... Find free slot. Should index the thing. That should go into here. Unless I completely messed this up. Is it that I did that thing? Nope. Still not getting that error. I'll figure this out in a second. I think I'm just getting tired. So that each of these integers is being wrapped by one of these JSON user datas. They're going to a table which is then wrapped by JSON array, which is... So just do a sanity check. Take that error and put it in array here. And then that should break that completely. Yeah. So it's wrapping it with inside of the table inside of another table and assigning the meta table so that when you index it, it should go into here. But it's not doing that for some reason. Oh, because I'm not implementing length. Okay, I feel dumb now. The first thing that this does is it checks the length and it loops that, and I'm not doing that. So that's underscore len, right? And len is, I'm just going to raw get it and then call len on that. Like that. I bet you that's it. That's what it is. Nope. Did you return something for any of the other functions like call? Yeah, I think you're on the right track. I think it was len. I bet you it's getting here now. Hello. Nope. Is it getting into the len? Yes. So it's getting into len, but what is it returning? Can we just do an error on that? Zero. That's not good. Does that need to be in parentheses? No, it's just still zero. Weird. It means the length of. So if like I do, I should really just pull this apart, right? So inner table or wrapped value. Local wrapped value equals that, then that's getting the length of that table. And that would work, right? Just value. It's still zero though. Why would it be zero? JSON array not returning the right thing? Returned it. It is going into the lane, so the meta table is set up correctly, but that table maybe isn't right? It should store the table in as the value. And then we're getting it back out. Oh, well, value is how I store the inner table. I have to have a table to have you can only use set meta table with another table. I think that they even say that. So I have to have a table, but then what my outer table is doing is just wrapping an inner table, right? So I have to give it some key. So the key is just value. Yeah, it's a little convoluted. Sorry about that. Yeah, set meta table. Yeah, so it only works for a table. But you know, pretty much everything is a table in Lua except for raw values like integers and strings. Anyway, it's like, I guess I can error there and see what the length of it is on input. Maybe that's the problem. Ooh. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. It should be array. Aha, it's zero. Wait, why is it zero? That is not zero, is it? Oh, it could be if these are returning nil. What are those returning? What's the constructor call? Oh, it's not returning the JSON value. There we go. Forgot that. It was constructing one and not returning it. Okay, so that should work now, right? Yeah, so it gets the 3 here for the length. So, yeah, I don't need to do that anymore. Bad argument number 1, raw get table expected got number on line 18. Why did it get a number? Oh, is it because I need to do this? Probably. Attempt to index a nil value. Oh, wait a minute. Did it re-entered itself? Oh, yeah. Actually, why would it do that? It shouldn't. I mean, you can see it re-entered itself, right? So it starts out on line 80, indexing the array, right? And then it got the value, and the value itself was the JSON value. So then it did that. So it re-entered itself. And actually, did it say it did it 3 times? Is that the problem? Ooh. Length of null? No, this only works with tables. If you do return that nil, I think you get a syntax error. Yeah. End expected. It gets really confused about, well, is it because of that? Let's see. Yeah, attempting to get the length of a nil value is not cool. It's this, it thinks that this is nil. Oh. Yeah, that was the other error. You can't return twice. If you return, then it says, oh, I expect an end now. Well, hold on. Why did it re-enter the indexer? Oh, I see. The first level was a normal table. And then when it got the key, yeah, we don't want to do that. It should just be that. I'm being rated by, how do you say your name? Gandhi? 988? Hi, how are you doing? What have you been streaming? Hope you had a good stream. I'm trying to get this. Ooh, it just got working. Thank you, Gandhi. It was your raid that was the lucky straw there. Nice. Now I can button away this complicated wrapper and just use it in this test. So this is a unit test for a script that goes into my game. So welcome, new people. This is the game I'm working on. The back end of this game is in C++ with Lua scripts, and I've been working on adding a framework for unit testing those Lua scripts. So one of the many things that the game scripts do is finding a free slot in a player's inventory. And the player's inventory is going to be a special kind of array. In fact, I'm going to just annotate this now. This is a spatial JSON array. So it's not a Lua array. It's a user data from Lua's perspective. It's a wrapper for a JSON structure in C. And we implement the length and the index operators in C. Actually, right here. Here's the length, where the JSON value has a method called getSize. And so it's wrapped and connected to Lua that way. But this is part of the game itself, and so what we want to do in unit tests is just test the Lua only. So I have to essentially mock the JSON wrapper in Lua itself, and that's what I've been trying to get working for the last hour or so. And this is what I came up with. That there's a JSON class, and the call method of a class in Lua is the constructor. So we whenever you call the JSON constructor, it's basically going to take the value and wrap it into a table with a single key called value, and then set the meta table and return it. And you can also use the class to make arrays and objects, JSON arrays and objects, which I essentially decided I'm just going to take the table that you give it and just hold on to it as is, and otherwise just wrap it in a JSON value. And then with the JSON value, if you can use the index either to read or to write. If it's an array or table, it just unwraps the table. And actually, do I need to do raw set here? I think I gotta do raw. Oh no, is this right? This is wrong, isn't it? This is wrong. Okay, so this is wrong, but I'm not using that right now. But at least the indexer should work. And there's some really funny things where if you have JSON wrappers inside of other JSON wrappers, then the game code expects that when you index them, it unwraps them so that you can compare them directly to Lua values. So I do the unwrapping in the mock, and that's what this while loop was doing. It's like peeling away any JSON wrapper and just returning you the inner value. So it's a bit complicated. JSON and JSON, yeah, because they can nest, right? JSON arrays can have JSON arrays inside them, and that's what this other test was doing. This is a table containing another JSON object, which contains another JSON object, right? I think that table is what should that be? That's modify component delta. Is that actually a... Ooh, it's a JSON object. And I got away with making it a... So I didn't have to do that, but I wonder, does that make any difference? No, it does make a difference. Why? Actual value, key missing value. Ooh, tables differ. Why would that be? Oh, because when I'm pulling it out, I'm unwinding it. So does that mean I didn't need to do this? That I do need to do that. Okay, there's something weird there. That I had to have JSON object there, but not there, even though the corresponding code has it in both places. That's weird. Oh, wait a minute. No, hold on. I think I know why. Right, this thing takes a table, and this is the no, wait a minute. Hold on, I'm not understanding this. Oh, right. I'm just confusing myself. Just ignore me. I had to mock the game feedback, and the way I did that was around here somewhere. Yeah, right here. So I form a table, a plain old Lua table with type and data, and it's this data that's the JSON object, but it already is an object. So I didn't need to do that wrapping, and then I don't need to wrap it on the other side. Yeah, because it's not a JSON table, it's just an hold on. It's hard to flip between these. The feedback itself is an ordinary table. So, ordinary table, right? Ordinary table. But what's in there for data is a JSON object, and then this delta is a JSON object, which should match... why am I flipping around here? Feedback. Yeah, this. JSON object matches that one. D or delta matches that one. So we're good. All right. Think you could help me? You got a programming hardware in C language and not able to make it? I'd say it's easy for you. I don't know. I don't know if I can help you. Oh, is HW not standing for hardware, standing for homework? So my general policy on homework is I won't give you the answer, but I will guide you towards figuring it out. Like, I'll help you look stuff up if you want. Yeah, I read HW as hardware for some reason, not homework. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so if you can always post your question and I'll try to guide you to figure it out. Or if you're stuck on some part of the question. But I feel like if I just answer people's homework questions, we're just kind of cheating, and you're not going to the whole purpose of having a homework question is to learn. So I'll help you learn, but I don't want to... Just giving you the answer will probably not help you learn. But guiding you towards figuring out the answer would be useful. So go ahead and post your question. What's WH? Oh, wall hack? Ah, I see. All right, well, I'm happy that I got this running. Maybe do I have time to do one or two more? Or no? Not really. I guess I should just check this in and kind of try to wrap things up. Okay, I was done with JSON. I never did do the check-in for moon unit though. And I had to incorporate JSON because I'm using that for what? For the... There's the wrapper stuff. Oh, I never commented that one. Let me do that. Right, comparing Lua tables, the keys of tables can be different types, and we're using JSON as a convenient way of doing that. Yeah, I guess so. All right, let me fix up the comments. There's one that's missing a comment. Where? Oh, here we are. Let me take the opposite function and take its comment and just reverse this. Construct a Lua value on, or push a Lua, push a value onto the Lua stack based on the given Lua JSON value. All right, and then that's the Lua interpreter, and instead of an index, we have a value, and this is the value that will be, I guess we're calling it unwrapped, right? Unwrapped from the given JSON value. And nothing's returned. 9 indeed, 715209. That's very insightful. Actually, I don't know what... Oh, you mean the answer to the homework is 9? And we didn't even get the question. Wow, you're good. All right. But yeah, I still have some time now if you want to ask your homework question. I'll study it like I would a tutor and kind of help you through it. But I only got a few more minutes before I end the stream, so got to be quick. How do you say your name? Klobask? I'll say Klobask. Klobask, if you want to post it, go ahead. I'll be here for a few more minutes. I can do some impromptu tutoring. Oh, there's enumerate keys. I didn't comment that one. Enumerate keys. Really, it's extract the set of keys from the table at the given position in the Lewis stack, right? And I wonder if I should be safe here and convert that to an absolute index. I probably should, right? I should probably do this thing where I say if the table index is less than 0, then compute its position from the top. Yeah. Okay, we have Lua. I've already documented what that is. That's right here. So paste. I'm not hearing back from Klobask. I wonder if I scared Klobask off. I'm sorry if I did. I really just wanted to say that I see myself as more of a tutor, not a fellow student. So rather than just give you the answer and help you cheat, I'd rather just teach you. So you can show a tutor the question, the homework question, and you won't expect an answer, right? But you'll expect them to help you find the answer, and that's what I can help you do. But you got to post the question. Otherwise, I'm the tutor sitting here during office hours saying, the student isn't giving me the question, I can't help. Let's see. This is the index on the Lewis stack where the table can be found. And the returning the set of the keys from the Lua table is returned. So this implies that we're preserving the type of the keys, which is good. Okay, and then I need a comment here. Perform a deep, in quotes, because you have to know what that word means in context of what we're doing. So deep comparison usually means that you're not just seeing, are the tables the same table? You're looking at the two inputs and saying, whether or not they're the same table, let me look at every single key and value in that table and check them one by one. And that it also, since it's deep, it implies that you recursively do that. So if you find a table inside a table, you did do the deep comparison of the inner table and so on. Perform a deep comparison between two between two Lua tables. And again, I documented the Lua. I have a hard stop in 15 minutes. I think I'm just going to finish the documentation, check this in, and I'll call it a day. LHS index. This is the index of the first table on the Lua stack. And then RHS index is the index of the second table. And then this one is both input and output. Key chain. We'll say this is where the so-called path through the table structure is recorded in the event that some difference is found. If so, it's basically each, how do we describe this? Maybe I just keep it that and people will figure it out. People meaning a future Raimu. We'll look at that and say, okay, yeah, because it's recursive, the path through the structure is just stored there. Okay, and then return. If the two tables are identical, an empty string is returned. Otherwise, a human readable, Mr. Destructoid, description of the mismatch is returned. And I was going to say something about keychain, but I'm not gonna. I think it's self-evident. Okay. That could stand some refactoring, because it's kind of long. And then, yeah, I did expect equal. I didn't do the other three. I'll have to come back and do those later. So basically, it's a special case of the two things are tables. We do a deep table comparison, and we'll print out a nice message including the keychain as the path of where the tables differ. Okay. Oh, there's one more thing I need to add. When I add a sub-repository like that, I usually like to add it to the git ignore. So, does it matter the order? I'll just put it right here. And those all go together. We're adding JSON as a sub-repository of MoonUnit. So, introduce, well, really, essentially, we're handling table comparisons, right? Properly perform deep comparisons of Lua tables. So this involves compare two tables key value. Compare all keys and values of both tables. Because the keys of Lua tables can be any type, I use JSON value for representing keys, representing a key, and support a reasonable subset of Lua key types. So that's like integer, string, Boolean. I guess I could just list them, right? There was one more. This one here. Nil. Well, integer, number, string, Boolean, nil. Okay, that's fine. Anything else I need to say? That's probably it. Good. Good to go. Package it up and ship it. What's this param in thing for the docs? I'm glad you asked that, Bobby. So what that is for is if I wanted to make like a PDF document that sort of has a reference guide to what all the functions are in this file and what their inputs mean and what the output means. This is a syntax roughly based off of JavaDoc. You can look that up, JavaDoc. It's used by this tool called Doxygen, which I've used in the past and which I'd probably use again if I wanted to make a PDF out of this. And those tools will parse through my code, and they're actually triggered by this kind of beginning comment. When they see that, they'll take what follows the comment and they'll say, this is documentation for that. And then in the case of a function, it'll look for these signals to say two things, that this is a parameter, and this is whether it's an input or an output or both. And then this return thing says, well, this is the documentation for the return value. And there are other things you can add too. You can like have like note. You should be an expert to call this. Something like that. There are other annotations you can use, but it's a way to automatically generate nice documentation out of your code, so that you don't have to have the documentation separate file from your code. You can mix them together. So you can document functions, classes, the entire file. Like I do this to say the file is that. Here's the description for the whole file, stuff like that. So yeah, either JavaDoc or Doxygen. You can Google search those to learn more, but that's essentially what I'm doing. And I think I'm done with Moon Unit, right? And then let me just run this command one more time to make sure I didn't change any other repos. Yeah, so the in means input only. So that other place where I had in out. So this means these three parameters are only passed in and they're not changed for the caller. They could be changed internally because they're copied, but whoever called compare Lua tables, whatever they passed in for those first three arguments is not changed. But then key changed, this fourth argument, in out means that it could be modified. And in this case, it actually is if the two tables are not identical. In addition to this description, we're also going to record the path where the difference was found, so this keychain will be modified. And another clue that it's an output is that it's a reference and it's not const. So generally when you have a non-const reference argument, it's almost always out and perhaps in as well as out. In out. So in other words, it's both an input and an output. You pass in a keychain and it could be modified and return to you different. And what did I just change? Oh, I was just playing around with that. Okay. So I just changed my route. Yeah, I gotta end now because I gotta go do errands. Right. That was just a clean up, minor refactoring. Name change. Just so hammer home that it's actually a JSON array and not a normal array, because that's important, because if it was a normal Lua array, this nil check wouldn't work for the last thing in the array, right? Because that's impossible with Lua. In fact, maybe I should put that, let me amend that. Let me say that here. What was that again? Find free slot? Yeah, let's put a comment here explaining this. So the input must be a JSON array since it's not possible to explicitly store a nil value at the end of a normal Lua array. Alternatively, we could have used a normal Lua array as long as the length was passed. If the length of the array was passed separately. So in a sense, the problem would be we're using the length, but then we're checking for nils. That works for any I that is between 1 and the length minus 1, but it won't work for the last one, because if the last one's nil, then effectively this is 1 less. That's just something that happens with Lua. So I'm going to include that in the comment, because that tripped me up for a bit, like understanding what kind of array that was. This is a minor refactoring name change extra documentation. That's fine. And then this is the new set of things, right? Right, we're starting to unit test the code, and we added a framework here and some of the tests. So this is establish game script unit tests. And this isn't a leak. Don't worry about it. The test key. Don't worry about it. Establish game script unit tests. Gotta go. I gotta go too, Rally Monkey. It was nice to have you here. Yeah, with that comment and commit, I'm gonna head out. So I'm gonna go raid someone, and I'm very happy that you guys decided to watch. And we'll try to leave you with someone interesting. We'll just see who's on my following list that I think might be interesting. Oh, how about Lucky No Slevin? He's the one that made the overlay we were playing with earlier. He made it for Twitch. It's called featured.chat. And let's go raid him and tell him how much we love the overlay. So here's the here's his link. We're gonna go raid him. You like the overlay? Well, let's go tell him so. So Lucky No Slevin, here we go. We're gonna go raid him. So I'll join you guys there for a few minutes, but then I gotta really run, cause otherwise I'll be late. But anyway, thanks for joining. I'll be back here tomorrow. Okay, bye.